Chapter 159. The Mecha, which was so tough that even small missiles couldn't tear it apart, was torn apart like tofu. The two soldiers stood rooted to the ground, their faces ashen. They saw a ray of light circle around them, and their mecha's outer shell was torn apart. Their bodies were penetrated by the dense sword chi, and their internal organs were in excruciating pain. They knew that this was Jiang Li's warning. If they took another step, they would be chopped into meat paste. Flying sword, Song Shuren was shocked, and he stared at Jiang Li. It's not an ordinary flying sword. It's a flying sword that's about to become an energy body. It's of high quality, and it has the chance to become a spiritual sword. Jiang Hailong's eyes exploded, and a ball of light flashed. Then he calmed down, and greed appeared on his face, like a crocodile that had caught its prey. The other two professors were also shocked, but they looked at each other and didn't say anything. It was obvious that they were just dragged here to listen, and the ones in charge of the interrogation were Jiang Hailong and Song Shuren. Jiang Li, do you know what the consequences are? Song Shuren was happy. Attacking a law enforcement soldier without permission and destroying a mecha, you can't even bear this crime. Dropping out of school is a light punishment. That's right. Even if you weren't guilty before, this crime is very serious. Jiang Hailong also seized the opportunity. The video must be kept. It's useless no matter how you deny it. Young man, you are too impulsive. I can't bear it. Song Shuren's face was full of smiles. Actually, you should have endured for a while. Even if we interrogate you and force you to confess, you should have endured for a while. We wouldn't dare to kill you. But you actually broke the rules and rewarded the interrogators. This is a blatant violation of the rules, and Star Sky University can no longer tolerate you. Young and impetuous, you will pay the price for being impulsive. Jiang Hailong also shook his head. I overestimated you. Actually, I know what you were thinking. You think that everything is under Hong Heiyu's protection. Hong Heiyu is strong, but he can't cover the sky with one hand. To tell you the truth, you should give up on his idea of standing up for you. Even if he did, it would be useless because I'm also in the embryonic stage. Rumble. Jiang Hailong's body gave off a powerful aura as a wave of energy circulated within his body. An energy body holy fetus appeared behind him. This holy fetus was a giant that held an energy snake and stood on an energy dragon. The snake hissed, dragon roared, and tiger roared. Hong Heiyu's enemy is Gue Junzi. Both of them are equally matched in strength, and my strength is exactly the same as Gue Junzi's. We are both senior teachers of the academy. Even if Hong Heiyu appears in front of me, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. After Jiang Hailong released his aura, he took control of the situation. Jiang Li, remove your weapons. That is, hand over your flying sword. In front of me, you will not have a chance to resist. Embryonic breathing. Jiang Li's expression was solemn as he remained motionless. The 5 flying swords on his body suddenly intertwined and transformed into a dense net of swords that wrapped around him. From afar, he looked like a huge silkworm spinning a cocoon. Anyone in the embryonic breathing realm would definitely have a vitality of 2 digits, which was a crushing power for him. However, he was not afraid. Even if he was facing a strong person, he was confident that he could fight. After being tempered by death, his soul no longer had any fear and would not be threatened by others. 5 flying swords. This time, Jiang Hailong was really moved. Every flying sword is priceless. You actually have 5 of them in a row? I can't tolerate it. A criminal like you possessing such a killing weapon will definitely bring a devastating blow to our Starry Sky University. Give it to me. Swoosh. His body pounced, and the huge holy fetus behind him grabbed at Jiang Li. The holy fetus was energy, so it was not afraid of the flying swords. Only a spiritual sword could destroy energy. However, just as he pounced over, there was a rumbling vibration from the ground. A huge hand emerged from the ground and blocked in front of Jiang Li. This huge hand covered the sky and the sun. As soon as it appeared, it formed a seal. In a flash, it changed thousands of times and slapped the air. Jiang Hailong's entire body, together with the holy fetus, was sent flying. He hit the wall hard and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body was dispirited and listless. He was already seriously injured. The entire interrogation room was filled with alarms. However, the huge hand on the ground gradually changed into a human shape. It was Hong Hei-yu, an energy body. However, his appearance was exactly the same as Hong Hei-yu. He had emerged from the ground and had remarkable powers. You actually dare to bully my student? Jiang Hailong? You're really daring, huh? You deliberately framed my disciple. Do you really think that you, a mere first-tier embryonic breathing realm, can contend with me? Once Hong Hei-yu's energy body appeared, the 10 black gas behind him turned into totem poles. On each totem pole, there were ghostly wails and howls, as if there were millions of wronged souls entangled on them. 10 directional Hell Dao, Great Success Realm, Hell, Suppressing Divine Pillar. Jiang Hailong struggled to get up. He stared at Hong Hei-yu's energy body. You have broken through the first-tier psychokinesis and reached the divine breath realm. That's right. I have already far surpassed you and surpassed Gue Junzi. Hong Hei-yu stood with his hands behind his back. The 10 black totem poles behind him suppressed everything. Even the interrogation room's alarm had been deactivated. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight. We are following the proper procedures to interrogate your student. Hong Hei-yu, do you know that you will be sent to the military court for doing this? Song Shuren roared. Kneel. Hong Hei-yu looked at Song Shuren. He didn't speak to him, but just said 2 words. Thump. Song Shuren felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately knelt down. Were you? I gave you face last time, but you didn't appreciate it. Today, you actually used the procedures to frame my student. Hong Hei-yu looked at Song Shuren with disdain. I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that in this world, only power is the only thing. The legal system and procedures are secondary. Hong Hei-yu. Song Shuren knelt on the ground. He was still conscious. You have violated the laws of Star Sky University. You will be punished. He couldn't get up. He couldn't control his body. But he could still feel the humiliation of kneeling. This was the most painful torture. Do you believe that I will make you eat shit? Hong Hei-yu's eyes flashed. Hong Hei-yu, never care about other people's threats. You guys colluded to set up a small interrogation room. Do you think you represent Star Sky University's laws? What a joke. Get out of my sight. If I see you again within 10 breaths, you will end up worse than this. Let's go. Jiang Hailong vomited another mouthful of blood. He knew that he wasn't Hong Hei-yu's opponent this time. He couldn't use the law to oppress him. Hong Hei-yu was extremely strong. Now that he had improved further, he would definitely be appreciated by the higher-ups of humanity. Not by the higher-ups of Star Sky University, but by the higher-ups of humanity. After all, people like him were rare. Once he advanced to the next realm, his status would increase tenfold. After the embryonic breathing realm, it was impossible to advance to the next realm. Only those geniuses who were invincible and had great luck could advance. Once they advanced, the higher-ups of humanity would attach great importance to them. They would instantly promote them. From this, it could be seen that the higher-ups of humanity knew about Hong Hei-yu's advancement. That was why he was so unscrupulous. When he left, he patted Song Shuren's body. Song Shuren also stood up and left with the other 2 mentors. He was unwilling, but he had no choice. Why aren't you leaving? Hong Hei-yu glanced at the 4 warriors. Let's go, let's go. The 4 warriors hurriedly rolled and crawled away. Hong Hei-yu's notoriety had spread far and wide. Everyone thought that Jiang Hailong would be able to resist him, but now it seemed that he had been defeated in one move. The impact was too great. In the interrogation room, everyone had left. Hong Hei-yu brought Jiang Li and suddenly rushed out. They arrived outside the human base before slowly descending. Mentor, this time you have disrupted Star Sky University's interrogation procedures. Jiang Li was a little worried. *T interrogation procedures. Hong Hei-yu said disdainfully, I have already reported my breakthrough to the higher-ups of humanity in the elite zone. The higher-ups have already approved it. In a few days, I will be promoted to Star Sky University's vice principal, one of the few core higher-ups. This is the position that Gue Junzi dreamed of. He schemed and defeated his competitors one by one so that he would have the highest chance of obtaining this position. But everything disappeared with the advancement of my realm. Vice principal? Zhongli immediately knew that this position was very important. It was a position that held great power. Because the Star Sky University's principal did not care about anything and never appeared, he might have gone to the Star Sky to fight. Now, the ones in charge of the university were a few vice principals. Any of the vice principals had remarkable abilities. Hong Heiyu could not possibly be qualified, but he had advanced from the first tier of the embryonic breathing realm, spiritual breathing, to the second tier, divine breathing, instantly surpassing many competitors. This was what it meant to stand out in terms of strength. When strength was evenly matched, it depended on schemes. But when strength was far beyond strength, all schemes were useless. In the end, human society was still a society that respected strength. The level of strength determined the status. This kind of thinking had seeped into people's bones for thousands of years and would never change. It was the same in the vast universe. I see. Zhongli knew that Hong Heiyu's advancement was due to the Great Soul Emperor seal. However, he had only learned 4 seals of the Great Emperor. If he learned all the seals of the Great Emperor and told Hong Heiyu, what realm would he advance to? Mixed origin breath? Or even meditative state? Teacher, what kind of magnum opus do you think the Great Soul Emperor seal is? He immediately asked. It is unfathomable and far surpasses the 10-directional hell path. Hong Heiyu exclaimed, Once I learned it, I immediately advanced. It is obvious that this seal has seized the creation of heaven and earth and obtained laws from the depths of the universe. It even surpassed SS class martial arts. Now that I have learned 4 seals and verified them with the Book of Changes, I have only started to understand some of the profoundness of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Just like that, the sacred fetus has already started to absorb the natural elements of water, fire, wind, and thunder. That is why I could defeat Jiang Hailong with one move. The great emperor's fetus. Zhongli was shocked. I received the importation of this great emperor's seal. It was said that the person who cultivated this seal would condense the great emperor's fetus and be invincible in the universe. However, condensing the sacred fetus is thousands of times more difficult. Could it be that teacher is also condensing the great emperor's fetus? No. Hong Heiyu gave it some thought. This cultivation technique has to be cultivated step by step from a low realm, merging it into the bones. Only then will it condense into the great emperor's fetus. I have already condensed the sacred fetus. I'm just supporting it now. My sacred fetus is still the sacred fetus of the 10-directional hell path. Only you can successfully cultivate the great emperor's fetus. Chapter 160. Hong Heiyu was actually going to be promoted to vice principal. Zhongli was overjoyed. He knew that he had someone to protect him in school this time. At least the Jiang family wouldn't dare to do anything to him. From now on, his future would be smooth sailing. Now that this has happened, no one in school will find trouble with you. Cultivate well and quickly improve your strength. Starry Sky University is about to encounter a change. The experts of the Great Qian dynasty will come to attack. At that time, it will definitely be a battle of life and death. We have to be on guard. I hope that you can protect yourself before the great calamity comes. Hong Heiyu said a few more words and was about to turn around and leave. By the way, Minter, are you training Li Zhen and the others? What kind of training method are you using? Zhongli was curious and quickly asked. Hee. Although their training is not as cruel as yours, it is definitely not easy. Hong Heiyu smiled meaningfully. His whole body drilled into the ground and disappeared. He was an energy body and had a close connection with the earth. He was as calm and unmoving as the earth. The energy of the 10-directional hell, Tao, and the earth began to merge. Zhongli let out a long sigh. Looks like I have to quickly improve my strength. Although my vitality is 48, which far surpasses my peers, it is not enough. If I encounter a true expert, I will be unable to cope. However, I have to cultivate step by step. I can't be impatient. I have to keep my mind clean and pure. Only then can I improve rapidly. He leaped and glided into the depths of the forest. His speed was comparable to that of a bird, because Jiang Li's vitality was too strong now. After being tempered by the metal qi, there was a metallic taste in his bones. With a slight bounce, his whole body leaped 20 to 30 meters into the air. Then he began to glide, gliding for thousands of meters at a time. His current running speed could reach 500 kilometers per hour, which was almost the speed of small aircraft. Sometimes, if Jiangli did not conserve his strength, he could glide 3 to 4 kilometers in one breath without landing. This was under the condition that the Emperor's star had 3 times the gravity. If he was on Earth, his speed would be even faster. With a vitality of 48, he was definitely a superhuman on Earth. Those ordinary people couldn't even catch his speed with the naked eye. They wouldn't even know who killed them in front of their eyes. Of course, a normal expert with a vitality of 48 wouldn't be as fast as Jiangli. The main reason was that Jiangli had grasped some of the mysteries of the Great Emperor's Wind Seal. His control over the airflow was 10 times more exquisite than the average student. Just like that, he kept running on the Emperor's star. He didn't use a battleship or a mecha. He just trained his body. Once he was tired, he would hold the Grand Emperor relic in his mouth and run with his embryonic breath. As Jiang Li's spiritual cultivation became more and more powerful, he could already breathe while running. He could continuously absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the second dimension into his body and then release it through his body. During this process, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth formed a strong cycle in his body, constantly cleansing every inch of his skin, bones, muscles, organs, blood vessels, and blood cells. Jiangli found that running was also a kind of cultivation. Running in the embryonic breathing realm, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth flowed in and out, making his body feel like it was being washed by a waterfall. After running like this for a full day and night, his vitality had unknowingly increased by 1 point. It had increased from 48 to 49, which was another huge leap. As he kept running like this, not only did his body not feel tired, but he was also getting more and more energetic, especially the flying sword in his pocket, which was constantly being washed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth according to his body's rhythm. Jiangli breathed while running and absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into his body. Then, during the intense exercise, the spiritual qi was transformed into energy and mixed with his vital qi, which had a great effect on the tempering of the flying sword. This also caused his body to become stronger and stronger, almost to the point where it felt like he was going to have a bright sword heart. The flying sword devoured his vital qi and gave him to the metal spiritual qi, making his physique stronger and stronger. It was only then that Jiang Li realized that he had unintentionally mastered a better cultivation method, which was running. Running intensely, with the Emperor's relic in his body, he breathed in his embryonic breathing during the exercise, and the spiritual qi was transformed into kinetic energy, which allowed his body to be in a state where he would never tire. Previously, with a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, he could only run for an hour before reaching his limit, and he had a rest. But now, he actually ran for a full day and night. Most likely, only a strong practitioner with a vitality of 8 would have such an ability. After a full day and night, Jiang Li ran more than 10,000 kilometers. Not only did his vitality not deplete, but it had also increased by 1 point. This kind of unbelievable thing could only happen with the help of the Emperor's relic. Next, he continued to run on the Emperor's star without any scruples. It was just pure running, allowing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to enter his body, and then transforming it into kinetic energy to temper the flying sword. He didn't know fatigue, and his will was strong. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, for days, after running for 10 days, he only rested for 3 to 4 hours every day, and the rest of the time was spent running, gliding, and controlling the airflow. He had completely forgotten everything and returned to the carefree life of a savage. He didn't eat either, and completely relied on the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to replenish his energy. This way, he was cut off from the mortal world, and his body had no impurities at all. Jiang Li's blood also had a little bit of gold, which was the result of him fusing with the flying sword. Finally, on the night of the 10th day, his body trembled, and he stopped. Standing under the vast starry sky, he raised his head and let out a long roar. The stars shook, and the roar tore through the night sky. His vitality had finally reached 5. A full 5 vitality, it was simply a miracle. Moreover, his body was illuminated by the starlight, and it was actually light gold like a golden body. Powerful spiritual chi flowed within it, and it seemed that with a slight breath, there would be sword light that would cut through everything. Swoosh! Jiang Li waved his hand, and the airflow produced an ear-piercing whistling sound. He used wind blades, and in the blink of an eye, a tree 30 steps away was cut in half. He clasped his hands together, and a huge, spiraling sphere was born. He pushed it out, and the huge, spiraling sphere spun with a buzzing sound. Wherever it went, all the grass and trees were smashed to smithereens. It was like a meat grinder, and the grass and trees were turned into powder. It took 3 breaths of time before they gradually disappeared. He leaped again, stepping on the airflow, and arrived on top of a 100-meter-tall tree. Looking ahead, he could only see turbulent waves in front of him, and the black water was deep like a boundless ocean. This was the Black Dragon Pond. Jiang Li ran for 10 days and 10 nights before reaching his destination. He leaped again, and his whole body was like a big bird. Without a sound, he glided for 7,000 to 8,000 meters and landed on the water. Surprisingly, he didn't sink, and instead, he stood on the water with ease. The water was bone-chilling, but it was nothing to him. His vitality of 5 had already surpassed any martial arts master in the history of Earth. The Black Dragon Pond, under the starlight, undulated with waves. It was pitch black, mysterious, and vast. It contained a power that would make people wary. Just like that, he gradually sank to the bottom of the pond. The dragon-seeking grass is very effective. The dragon breath contained in it can deepen my bloodline, speed up the refinement of the flying sword, and neutralize the golden chi of the flying sword, making my flesh more lively and my explosive power stronger. I still have potential that can be excavated. My mentor said that my vitality can be raised to 7. Jiang Li sank to the bottom of the pond, still holding the great emperor's relic in his mouth. This way, he could maintain his physical strength and abundant spiritual chi at all times. Plop, plop, plop. He sank to the bottom of the water for a few 100 meters and felt the pressure around him increasing. Under such pressure, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth began to closely integrate with his flesh and blood, causing the insides of his body to have a crystallized taste, and he could move freely in the water. Poochie! Suddenly, the 5 flying swords in his pocket flew out automatically and actually pierced into the major acupoints of his body. However, there was no bleeding, and the swords were tightly integrated with his skin and flesh, becoming a part of his body. The flying swords became smaller and smaller, as though they were gradually becoming embroidery needles. However, the energy of the flying swords became stronger and stronger. After piercing into the 5 major acupoints of Jiang Li, they began to circulate with the spiritual chi of his flesh and blood, forming a whole. Vaguely, one could see that the sparkling and translucent flying swords had traces of blood circulating continuously, as though they were condensing into meridians and blood vessels. Sometimes the blood chi would rise, and one could vaguely see Jiang Li's figure. There was no light at the bottom of the pond, and it was pitch black. However, Jiang Li didn't need light. He was using his spirit to see the world, and it was much more accurate and clear than his eyes. With a slight sweep, he could see the bottom of the pond within a radius of tens of kilometers clearly, and even a needle could be found. There were many fish at the bottom of the pond, and there were even some ferocious monsters. However, Jiang Li didn't start a massacre. He was afraid that he would cause a commotion and attract the attack of the black giant snake in the Black Dragon Swamp. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to obtain any dragon-seeking grass. Before any underwater monsters could get close to him, they would be hypnotized. Moreover, his body was emitting a peaceful aura that could pacify any violent monsters. Zhongli dove and swam at the bottom of the pond, constantly scanning with his thoughts. He discovered that there were indeed many types of water monsters in the depths of the Black Dragon Swamp, and there was no lack of tyrannical monsters. There seems to be a fragrance. A spiritual herb has appeared. As Jiang Li's thoughts gradually swept through the area, he could feel various types of energies, such as fragrances and spiritual energy. Suddenly, he discovered a medicinal aura in the distance. He immediately swam over and discovered that there was a 5-colored flower growing on a reef in the depths of the water. 5-colored exquisite flower. Good stuff, it's a medicinal herb for alchemy. Zhongli immediately recalled. In the cultivation world in his dream, this 5-colored exquisite flower grew in the depths of the water. Although it wasn't as good as the dragon-seeking grass, it was also born from the accumulation of spiritual qi from heaven and earth. Within it, there were 5 types of energy that intertwined with each other. After eating it, it would nourish the 5 organs and strengthen the bloodline. It was also a rare spiritual herb. Beep, beep, beep. He turned on the optical computer, and information about the 5-colored exquisite flower immediately appeared. 5-colored exquisite flower, a rare and exotic herb that contains 5 types of energy. Price to be determined, to be auctioned. It can extract 5 types of energy from it and turn them into 5 types of energy. When consumed, there would be a type of 5 types of energy, and the breathing of the organs would be strengthened. This was the information from Starry Sky University. This medicinal herb didn't have a fixed price. Because it was rare, it wouldn't be sold in the market. Therefore, every time one appeared, it would be auctioned. Zhongli scanned with his thoughts and discovered that there weren't any monsters around the flower. He lightly landed on the reef and uprooted the flower. The moment the flower was uprooted, the entire reef suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? Jiang Li's reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately hid far away. He discovered that the entire reef had collapsed, and there was a pitch-black cave inside. Chapter 161. What a strong spiritual energy. The rocks at the bottom of the lake collapsed, and a cave appeared. A spray of water rushed out, which seemed to be the mouth of the spring. But Jiang Li could clearly feel that the spray of water contained a special kind of spiritual energy. His face was filled with surprise. His mind explored the depths of the spring and found that there was a stone in the depths. This stone was crystal clear, and the sound of waves rumbled inside, as if it was wrapped in an ocean. It's a water attribute spiritual stone. Jiang Li was overjoyed and sighed. I'm so lucky to get a water attribute spiritual stone. This is priceless. If I take it to the Starry Sky University, it will definitely be worth a lot. If I meet a buyer in a hurry, it will be the price of half a starfish battleship. However, this cave was extremely deep, and it was impossible to take out the water attribute spiritual stone. But he had a way. Flying sword go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 flying swords inserted in the acupuncture points of his body closed up like a small claw and flew into the depths of the cave, grabbing the water attribute spiritual stone. Good stuff, good stuff. I knew that this 5-colored exquisite flower must be nourished by a water attribute spiritual stone. Otherwise, it would not be able to grow. This expedition is really rewarding, but I can't carry it around with me, lest I lose it. It's better to eat it. He couldn't take these good things out to auction. He ate it first. Money was nothing. Increasing his vitality was the most important thing. Jiangli felt that as soon as the 5-colored exquisite flower entered his stomach, 5 kinds of subtle energy dispersed into his internal organs. After eating the 5-colored exquisite flower, his internal organs began to squirm and were nourished by the energy. Suddenly, they began to spurt out 5 kinds of qi, making him feel intoxicated. He really had a feeling of 5 qi unification. The so-called 3 flowers at the crown, 5 qi unification, was a phenomenon for cultivators. Vitality didn't improve, But the metal attribute spiritual energy in my blood has been neutralized, greatly increasing my flexibility. These 5 flying swords also seem to be under my control. Jiangli watched as the 5 flying swords once again pierced into his body's acupoints, absorbing the 5 qis. Following this, the flying swords began to have a flesh and blood texture. They could even bend and jump, resembling small metallic snakes. This way, when the 5 flying swords combined, they could truly form a claw, extremely similar to a human palm. The 5-colored exquisite flower had a miraculous effect on further fusing the flying sword with the body. I'll eat the water element spirit stone as well. My great emperor's watermark will be able to survive in the depths of the black dragon swamp. He picked up the water element spirit stone and swallowed it as well. Suddenly, a dense water attribute spiritual qi spread through his body, making his cells squirm. The great emperor's seal started to work, and soon, the water attribute spiritual qi was completely refined. The flying sword became even more agile, and it had a metallic feel to it. Jiangli started cultivating the great emperor's watermark in the depths of the black dragon swamp. The water flowed back and forth, massaging his meridians. The water element spirit qi combined with the black dragon swamp and vibrated at a special frequency, activating the potential of the cells in Jiangli's body and strengthening his body. After a long time, he opened his eyes and felt the water flowing around him. It was very familiar, like the air. There was still no increase in his vitality, but he was much more agile in the water, especially when his thoughts radiated out. He could see very far away. Before, he could only sense 50 miles, but now he could sense 80 miles. I'm suppressing the energy of the water element spirit stone and the 5-colored exquisite flower. Instead of increasing my vitality, I'm increasing my life potential. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to refine the flying sword in the future. Jiangli was very perceptive. Come, these 2 great treasures could increase his vitality to 52 or even 55. But he suppressed the energy and turned it into life potential through endocrine. What was life potential? It was lifespan. For example, a person could explode his potential in a short period of time, causing his vitality to explode. But after a few days, he would wither, age, and die, especially for people who refined flying swords. The flying swords were very destructive, and the metal element qi could strengthen the body. But there were many drawbacks because the flying swords had to absorb blood and human potential every day. In that foreign land in the cultivation world, many people who practiced flying swords didn't live long. After tens of years of refinement, they would eventually be sucked dry by the flying swords. Jiangli wanted to refine 49 flying swords in the future. The life potential he needed was astronomical. If a normal person, even someone like Meng Xingyun, went to refine so many flying swords, he wouldn't be able to live more than a year. Therefore, Jiangli wanted to collect the dragon-seeking grass and use the dragon energy inside to increase his lifespan. The effect of the dragon-seeking grass was many times better than the life fruit. His whole body was like a fish swimming in the depths of the black dragon pond. He didn't make any sound. Even his aura merged with the water and didn't leak out at all. It was like an undercurrent at the bottom of the pond. The black dragon pond was too big. He didn't know where the dragon-seeking grass was. But Jiang Li's thoughts were very powerful. With a slight sweep, he could see the surroundings of 80 miles clearly. Beep, beep, beep. He turned on his optical computer and searched for information on the black dragon pond's dragon-seeking grass. Over the years, many experts had come to search for it and left behind a lot of information. Some teams even posted the information on the school's intranet to exchange for money. Jiang Li spent tens of thousands of celestial dollars to buy a post from the powerful Immortal Punisher team. He opened it and saw that it was about them coming to the Black Dragon Pond to collect the dragon-seeking grass. The post said that they had driven their battleship to the Black Dragon Swamp and then activated a powerful radar search. But suddenly, a black python emerged from the depths of the Black Dragon Swamp. It was at least 100 meters long, and with a ferocious spurt, A huge water ball shot up to 10,000 meters in the sky, causing damage to their battleship. In the end, the Immortal Punisher team returned without any results and almost died here. From the image, Jiang Li saw a giant python shoot into the sky. It opened its mouth and shot a 1-kilometer-wide water ball. It spiraled at high speed and contained a powerful energy. In an instant, it bombarded the battleship. The battleship shook violently and quickly retreated out of the Black Dragon Pond. That giant python fell back into the water and disappeared without a trace. After that, he continued to watch and found that the people from the Immortal Punisher team were unwilling to give up. They didn't start the battleship again, but dove into the water silently. It was much safer now, and they successfully collected the dragon-seeking grass. However, in the process of collecting, they encountered a few giant snakes that were tens of meters long and almost died. Luckily, their team leader was an extremely powerful expert. He was a high-level hypnotist and had a vitality of 9. Only after hypnotizing the snakes did they successfully escape. However, after spending so much effort, they only managed to collect 1 dragon-seeking grass. It was not worth it. F***CK. Why aren't the details written on it? Jiang Li saw that the post only described the process. There are no specific coordinates, data, or latitude and longitude. He couldn't help but curse. Such a post costs tens of thousands of celestial dollars? Isn't this a scam? Jiang Li closed the post and cursed at these teams for being unkind. He planned to continue searching on his own. Following the image on the post, Jiang Li opened the map and began to explore the depths of the Black Dragon Marsh. After searching for about 3 days, he stayed at the bottom of the water and didn't come out. This was something that no expert could do, unless they were like Hong Heiyu, an expert who had formed a sacred fetus. Under the powerful water pressure, his cultivation progress was also very fast. In these 3 days, he found many natural treasures in the Black Dragon Marsh. However, he ate them and converted them into life potential, not increasing his vitality. As long as one day he could cultivate all 49 flying swords to become one with the swords would be him, and he would be the swords. When the flying swords were refined into something similar to flesh, he would be a sword. He could even fly with his physical body, cut through rocks, tear apart mechas, and destroy battleships. Of course, this was something that would happen in the future. Hong Black Prison also wanted to obtain that spirit sword and become one with his own sword. His destructive power would suddenly increase by 10 times, and the form of his life would also change, evolving one step closer to God. Unfortunately, that spirit sword had been taken away by Chun Tianshu. Jiang Li continued to search. Training underwater seemed to be more suitable than running on land. He enjoyed the feeling of swimming very much. It was free and unrestrained. Others would only feel fear underwater. But after cultivating the Great Emperor's watermark, he only felt a sense of familiarity underwater, as if he had returned to his home. The smell of blood? It seems to be some kind of large beast hunting for food. Suddenly, there was a faint smell of blood in the water. He immediately scanned the surroundings with his thoughts. Sure enough, he found that in a pitch-black nest 60 kilometers away, a 50-meter-long behemoth was biting and devouring an emperor elephant. Black Boa. Jiang Li saw that it was the unique overlord of the Black Dragon Marsh, the Black Boa. It was born with a special ability to control water. Just like the fire god bird, it had water god powers. The fire god bird could spit fire, while the black boa could spit water balls. It even had all kinds of special protective abilities. They could even go to the shore to hunt for food. This emperor elephant was obviously drinking water on the shore and was bitten by the giant snake on the shore, then dragged into the water to enjoy a feast. Jiang Li was even more careful because there were many of these snakes in the Black Dragon Marsh. If he disturbed the powerful ones, he would be dead. According to the information, the 100-meter-long snakes had intelligence and could even cultivate. It was said that there was an underwater cave of a cultivator in the depths of the Black Dragon Marsh, and these black snakes were his animals. Of course, this was a legend recorded by Star University, and no one could prove it. Dragon-seeking grass. Jiangli meditated with the great emperor's watermark, and his mind was completely connected with the water. Immediately, he could see the bottom of the marsh clearly. In the nest of the black boa, there were 3 1-meter-tall plants. The plants looked like jade carvings with emerald green scales. They swayed with the flow of the water, emitting a strong and pure wild energy. That was the dragon breath, a special kind of energy. It was wild, vast, powerful, and pure. 3 dragon-seeking grass, that's good stuff. An idea came to Jiang Li's mind, and he hid under the water without being discovered. If it was someone else or an animal, they would be discovered by the black boa even if they were 100 miles away. Unfortunately, Jiang Li had cultivated the great emperor's watermark, and his body was almost perfectly connected with the water. Plus, he had just absorbed a water elemental spirit stone, which improved the great emperor's watermark, so he could sneak up. Chapter 162. Each dragon-seeking grass was a treasure that couldn't be bought outside. It could only be bought at a high price in an auction, and it wasn't even available in low-grade auctions. Jiang Li was proficient in the cultivation world's sword-making technique, and he knew how precious the dragon-seeking grass was. The dragon breath integrated into one's life potential could speed up the process of sword practice. Especially after taking the dragon-seeking grass, there would be a dragon aura in one's mind power, and the nature of one's brain cells would change drastically. Just as Jiang Li was getting closer, he suddenly felt a vast consciousness sweeping in all directions. It turned out that the black snake had swallowed the imperial elephant, and its consciousness swept in all directions to see if there were any enemies hiding nearby. Everything would be discovered by his consciousness, and nothing could get close to it. With a sweep of his consciousness, it actually covered a distance of 100 miles. Luckily, Jiang Li's aura had completely merged with the water, and the great emperor's watermark covered all his traces. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Even so, he was covered in cold sweat. This black snake's mind power is so strong. If it was someone else, they would have been discovered instantly, and it would be hard for them to escape. Even people with vitality of 7 or 9 couldn't fight against a group of black giant pythons in the water. The black snake swept for a while, and when it found there was no danger, it curled up into a ball and began to sleep. After devouring a huge emperor elephant, it also felt very full. It felt sleepy and entered the deepest level of sleep. Good chance. Jiang Li started to approach the black snake while it was sleeping. He meditated on the great emperor's watermark, and the dense water intent seeped into the black snake's mind, making it sleep even more deeply. Great! I'm about to become one with the water. He was happy. The great emperor's watermark was almost invincible in the water, especially after absorbing the water element spirit stones. His body could even change into the color of water like a chameleon, and he wouldn't be discovered. Jiang Li stealthily approached the black serpent's lair. There were no other creatures here, only a black python that was as large as a mountain. Its scales were like iron, and its aura was blazing. Jiang Li even suspected that a flying sword made of ordinary materials might not be able to cut through it. Of course, his flying sword was extraordinary and could definitely deal damage to this black snake. However, he must not alarm it because there were more black snakes in the depths of the black dragon swamp. If he killed one, another group would come out. If the black snake king appeared, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, Jiang Li could only use hypnosis. Fortunately, the right time, the right place, and the right people were on his side. In the water, the black python was invincible, but Jiang Li was even more invincible. As he approached the mountain-like black python, Jiang Li's only target was the dragon-seeking grass. He walked to the front of the jade-like grass and carefully observed it. After confirming that the black python would not wake up anytime soon, he carefully used his flying sword to dodge it. Voila! The dragon-seeking grass was uprooted. Dense spirit chi began to spread. Jiang Li hurriedly hugged it and used the great emperor's water seal to confine the spirit chi. Then, the flying sword flashed again, and the dragon-seeking grass turned into juice in the water, which was absorbed into his body. After 3 dragon-seeking grass were absorbed into his body, Jiang Li did not even have time to digest them before he dashed out. He knew that he could not be greedy. 3 dragon-seeking grass was enough. This was because the grass was connected to the spirit chi at the bottom of the water. Losing one would cause spirit chi fluctuations, and if a large group of black snakes were alarmed, he would die a horrible death. He was very fast, and soon reached the surface of the water. With a light tap, he used the airflow to glide into the distance like a huge bird. In less than an hour, he reached the shore and left. After he left, the entire lake suddenly surged with wind and clouds. A dragon roared, and the weather changed. There was even thunder in the sky, as if an extremely powerful expert had caused a change in the weather. Jiang Li hid quietly, not daring to move. In a short while, he saw many huge black snakes emerging from the center of the lake, hissing at each other. One of the black snakes was more than 100 meters long, and it was swallowing clouds and spitting out fog like a king. A black gas appeared above the head of the black snake king, and the black gas condensed into a man in a black robe. This man was more than 2 meters tall, and his long robe fluttered in the wind. He was like an evil king, giving off an extremely cold aura. Embryonic breathing realm. Jiang Li was shocked. This black snake king is actually in the embryonic breathing realm, and it has even condensed its own sacred fetus. Logically, animals only have abilities, and there should be very few who know how to practice, right? Could this really be an ancient cave abode? That was close. I'm not a match for a big demon in the embryonic breathing realm. No wonder the dragon-seeking grass is so precious. We actually lost 3 dragon-seeking grass. Who did it? Who dares to come to my black dragon pond to steal the dragon-seeking grass? You're looking for death. Do you know that? The man in the black robe emitted a strong divine thought, and it spread out in all directions. Jiang Li lay low, and didn't dare to move. Even if he was on the shore, it wasn't safe. He could only wait for this storm to pass. Splash, splash, endless heavy rain fell from the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down. A good chance. Jiang Li took advantage of the heavy rain and unleashed the great emperor's seal to leave this place quickly. Although there was a lot of wealth in the Black Dragon Pond, he didn't want to stay any longer. After witnessing the prowess of the Black Snake King, he knew that he wouldn't be able to get the dragon-seeking grass anymore. Moving stealthily and far away, Jiang Li found a very secluded cave. He immediately started to circulate the blood in his body and unleashed the great emperor's fire seal to refine the medicinal power of the dragon-seeking grass. In an instant, a wave of heat flowed through his body, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from his body, and the outer shell of his body was covered with densely packed scales. It was actually dragon scales. Once these scales were formed, they would be impervious to swords, spears, water, and fire. Indeed, the human's research on the dragon-seeking grass is similar to the research in the cultivation world. The cultivation world said that the dragon-seeking grass contains dragon breath, but the human's research says that it contains a special energy. Good. I will refine these 5 flying swords completely and turn them into the scale patterns on my body. Roar! Jiang Li let out a loud roar, and blood seeped out. The 5 flying swords flew out and stabbed into his body. The first flying sword stabbed into the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. The second was actually stabbed into his heart. The third was stabbed into his back, and the remaining 2 were stabbed into his palms. The blood that contained the special energy of the dragon breath constantly seeped into the flying swords, and the 5 flying swords gradually started to retract their brilliance, turning plain and unadorned. Furthermore, they twisted more and more spiritually, as though they were about to turn into small dragons. After an unknown period of time, the 5 flying swords moved and actually started to melt. They slowly seeped into Jiang Li's flesh, and then turned into 5 sword scars that fused with his skin. This was a sign that they were beginning to fuse with his flesh. However, they had yet to completely fuse with his body. In order to do so, Zhongli needed more dragon-seeking grass. What a pity. Zhongli stood up and looked at his palms. He realized that there were 2 scars that resembled spirit snakes. He knew that these were the traces of the flying swords residing in his flesh, but he was still far from truly becoming one with the sword. If he could truly become one with the sword, it would be like a flying sword leaping into the air. His body structure would be metal, and he would be able to tear through the air. Legend had it that when one became a sword immortal, their body could even become an energy body that could transform into a sword beam that could pierce through a pinhole. The flying sword refinement art is indeed impressive. Even if I don't become one with the sword and reside in my flesh, my body can still make use of the flying sword's energy. It's equivalent to having 5 additional power furnaces. Zhongli suddenly leaped up. Swoosh! His body actually tore through the air and rose to a height of 100 meters. Then, he made a turn at will and suddenly landed. He spun towards a tree, and the tree's leaves fell one after another. Every flying sword was equivalent to an energy storage furnace or even a nuclear reactor. Think about it. Even Meng Xingyun's ordinary flying sword wasn't something that he could refine himself. It required a long period of painstaking effort mixed with spirit stones. Once he refined it, it would take tens or even hundreds of years before he finally succeeded. And this was just the most ordinary one. From a sword to a flying sword. It was equivalent to a carp transforming into a dragon. This step definitely couldn't be measured with money. Therefore, a flying sword was more expensive than a battleship. Zhang Li's 5 flying swords were now residing in his flesh. He activated the flying swords slightly, and even his body could fly. It was completely different from controlling the air currents in the past, and the speed was much faster. If he had more dragon-seeking grass, he could attempt becoming one with the sword. By then, even with a vitality of 5, he could defeat an expert with vitality of 7, or even 8. Dragon-seeking grass, oh dragon-seeking grass. I'll come back to pick it sooner or later. Let's go back first. The results of this cultivation aren't too bad. Zhongli didn't want to be entangled here for too long. It was better to be careful and go back first. However, he still didn't earn a single cent. The 5-colored exquisite flower, the water attribute spirit stone, and the dragon-seeking grass were all priceless treasures, but he ate them all. He left the Black Dragon Pond and opened his photon computer to search for resources to make money. Dahe needed money, so he had to earn more to ensure the operation of its laboratory. Zhongli trained in the wilderness, completely unaware that while he was searching for resources, some people were talking about him and Hong Heiyu. The real base of Star Sky University was simply a huge city, incomparably prosperous. Within a radius of thousands of miles, there were skyscrapers and modern facilities. Suspended energy tracks were set up in the air. High up in the sky, there was a huge energy shield that covered the entire base, penetrating deep into the ground. Such a huge energy shield was enough to defend against all kinds of natural disasters and earthquakes. It could also defend against the invasion of experts. Even an expert like Chun Tianshu might not be able to take advantage of such a huge energy reactor in a human base. The usage of this energy was similar to the array formations in the cultivation world. In a huge room, transparent on all sides, one could see into the distance. A person in a well-ironed military uniform was drinking tea. This person was actually Gue Junzi. Jiang Hailong and Song Shuren were also drinking tea with him. Apart from them, Meng Xingyun was standing to the side. The fragrance of the tea drifted in the air, intoxicating people's hearts. The room was filled with this aroma, almost enough to make people feel like they were walking on clouds. Meng Xingyun didn't drink the tea, but smelling the fragrance, he felt the blood flow and his body began to circulate. The flying sword in his hand began to stir, letting out a long cry. Hong Heiyu was appointed vice principal by the higher-ups. Your plans have all failed. Gue Junzi, you've been plotting for 20 years. How do you feel? Jiang Hailong's tone was sarcastic. At the mention of Hong Heiyu, his expression revealed of venomous hatred. Gui Junzi didn't answer Jiang Hailong. Instead, he gave his disciple pointers. He said to Meng Xingyun in a gentle tone, "Xingyun, this is 9 immortal tea. Every tea leaf can only be obtained through auction. Come and have a sip. It'll be beneficial for refining your flying sword. What you need now is to spend large amounts of spirit stones and fresh blood to refine this flying sword to 10 times its original size. Condense the energy, then gradually attach it to your flesh and blood, and finally become one with the sword. This step, I estimate, will take you at least 20 years." Chapter 163. Gui Junzi, did you hear that? Now, that Hong Heiyu is the vice principal. You're the one who's going to suffer. Jiang Hailong was annoyed that he was ignored. "What's the rush?" Gui Junzi said unhurriedly. "It's true that I didn't expect Hong Xuanyu to suddenly increase his realm and strength, but it's not a good thing to promote him to vice-chancellor this time. Starry Sky University is facing a great calamity. Can't you see it?" "A calamity?" Song Shuren seemed to wake up from a dream. "Don't tell me the natives of Emperor Star really dare to gather experts to fight us? Do they have guts? The natives of Emperor Star aren't that fierce. But what if they have experts from that mysterious world? That mysterious world has been fighting us humans for decades, and there's no clear victor. There are many experts among them." Gui Junzi sipped his tea unhurriedly and said, "If he becomes the vice headmaster, it means that he has to take the lead. At that time, when he dies, hey. But if he attacks you now, you won't be able to defend yourself. He's really strong. The 10-directional hell, Tao, has already cultivated the hell-suppressing divine pillar." Jiang Hailong seemed to be recalling how he was defeated by Hong Heiyu in one move. He still felt humiliated and unwilling. "And that disciple of his, he's extremely strong." "Oh, that disciple of his is called Jiang Li, and he was defeated by me." Meng Xingyun's tone was very indifferent. "Lost to you?" Jiang Hailong snorted. "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's much stronger than you." "Jiang Hailong, even if you want to provoke my disciple, you shouldn't provoke him like this. My disciple completely defeated him in the top 10 of the entrance exam." Gui Junzi snorted. "Watch the video yourself." Jiang Hailong turned on his optical computer. "Your disciple's flying sword is like scrap metal in front of his." "Really? I don't believe it." Meng Xingyun looked arrogant and disdainful. The video appeared, and it showed Jiang Li controlling the flying swords to cut through the trajectory of the sonic mecha. The 5 swords flashed slightly, and the mecha was broken like tofu. Then, the flying swords quickly returned to Jiang Li's body. Gui Junzi and Meng Hengyun were both great experts. They were both startled and angered by what they saw. This flying sword is supreme grade. When it was cultivated to the length of a finger, spiritual energy would condense, and it could fuse with one's flesh and blood at any time. This kind of flying sword required at least a meditative tranquil realm expert to undergo hundreds of years of training before it could take form. Almost all of them have the possibility of transforming into spirit swords. Gui Junzi exhaled a long breath in disbelief. 5 flying swords. Meng Xingyun gripped the flying sword in his hand, wishing he could just throw it away and break it. He could see that the quality of these 5 flying swords far surpassed his flying swords. With just a slight collision, his flying swords would be smashed into pieces. Each of these flying swords is priceless. How did this kid get 5 of them? Gui Junzi couldn't help but be moved. If we let him fuse the flying swords into his body and become one with them, he'll definitely be a marvel. His life form will change, and his cultivation will increase greatly. We can't let this kid grow. Can't let him grow? That sounds nice. With Hong Heiyu protecting him, who could do anything? Song Shuren was also unwilling. There will always be a chance. Gui Junzi looked at Meng Xingyun. "What? Xingyun, are you not confident?" "He's not my opponent. Even if he has a flying sword, he's still not my opponent." Meng Xingyun closed his eyes and sighed. "I have absolute confidence in his victory." "Good. What I want is your invincible aura, as if you're the only one who can do it." Gue Junzi sighed in admiration. Having this Jiang Li's pressure is also a good thing for you. Maybe you can rely on his pressure to break through to the realm of eternal stability. When the time comes, he'll have to obediently surrender with a sweep of his mind, and then seize his flying sword. No matter how powerful the flying sword is, it still needs his mind to be able to control it. If his mind isn't as good as yours, everything is just an illusion. Chongding, I'll be able to break through very soon. Meng Xingyu nodded and turned to leave. Gue Junzi, this student of yours is a bit out of control. Song Shuren looked at Meng Xingyun's back meaningfully. It's not that he's out of control, but that he's comprehended something and wants to immediately go into closed-door cultivation. When he comes out, he'll be Chongding. This student of mine is a genius among geniuses. You'll never be able to imagine how much of a genius he is. Gue Junzi's expression was calm and extremely confident. Even if that Jiangli was 10 times more powerful, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Xingyun's aptitude is equivalent to the Jiang clan's Jiang Nailin. The Jiang clan's Jiang Nailin. Jiang Hailong's eyes flashed with disdain. Jiang Nailin was the Jiang clan's invincible genius, a great figure that attracted the attention of the entire world. His status was transcendent, and he was one of the few great experts on Earth. Although the current Meng Xingyun was a little genius compared to him, one was a divine dragon, the other an ant. However, he was too lazy to refute Gue Junzi. Then I'll wait and see. Jiang Hailong stood up and was also about to leave. Seeing that the matter of relying on Gue Junzi to deal with Hong Heiyu was already unreliable, he didn't say anything more. Recently, Hong Heiyu's luck has been flourishing. I hope you won't get involved. When the great calamity comes, it will be the end of his road. At that time, we'll capture him in one fell swoop and kill him, seizing his sacred embryo. Gue Junzi watched Jiang Hailong leave. His voice was already so soft that only he could hear it. Hong Heiyu's advancement is a good thing. I also cultivate a flying sword, but it can't become a spirit sword. If I can refine Hong Heiyu's sacred embryo into it, I'll be able to achieve great success. He already had a plan in his heart. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. Pucci, a ferocious big snake's head was cut open by Jiang Li, and a thumb-sized snake pearl was dug out from the depths of its head. It was sparkling and resplendent, emitting a milky white radiance. This place was still a primitive forest. He was killing wild beasts to obtain wealth. The big snake he just killed was 20 meters long, as thick as a person's waist. It was called Emperor Mantis. This kind of big snake could spit poisonous gas and burrow into the ground. After living for 100 years, a pearl would condense in its head. This pearl was a kind of energy body that could detoxify, beautify, activate cells, and be made into various medicines. It was very valuable. Emperor Mantis snake pearl is a raw material for making all kinds of rare medicines. It's very expensive. Starry Sky University's purchasing price is 2 million star dollars. Jiang Li opened the photon computer to inquire about the value of this item. He carefully put away the snake pearl and continued to move forward. He didn't dare to put it into the space of the great emperor relic, otherwise it would be cut by the flying sword. Since he couldn't use this space, there were many natural treasures that he couldn't collect. He could only choose to collect some of the more valuable things. There was a deep cave on the ground. It was the nest of the Emperor Mantis. It was at least 1,000 meters underground. Logically speaking, there should be some valuable ores in the nest because it liked to eat ores to survive. Unfortunately, Jiang Li couldn't bring it with him. Whoosh! His body leaped up and immediately broke through the air. He didn't control the airflow, but rather, he broke through the air like a battleship mecha. He was using the flying sword to move his body, giving off a feeling of flying on a sword. After so much effort, I only earned 2 million. I might as well hypnotize it myself. Looking at the pitiful snake pearl in his pouch, he realized that earning money wasn't an easy thing to do. Let me check again to see if there's anything that's convenient to carry but worth more than 100 million. Jiang Li searched for information, and instantly, more information appeared. Among them, There was the dragon-seeking grass and some attribute spirit stones. However, he eliminated them one by one. If he continued to search for the dragon-seeking grass, he would be courting death. Finally, he locked onto one. Snow Soul Relic. It's a kind of beast that lives in a world of ice and snow called the Snow Devil. It specializes in devouring the souls of living beings and condensing them into a type of pearl. It can greatly enhance one's mental energy, increase the capacity of one's brain cells, and transform the brain. The value of the Snow Soul Relic is determined by its size. Each of them is worth 1 billion after auction, and some are even worth several billion. However, capturing the Snow Devil is very dangerous, and one must be extremely cautious. The Snow Devil comes and goes without a trace. It's an energy body, so it's not afraid of attacks. Furthermore, it can cast any kind of mental illusion. If one's cultivation is not stable, it's very easy for the soul to be sucked away by it and become brain dead. A lot of information appeared. Sucking souls? What's that? With the current human science, there's no soul grafting technology, and there's no way to separate the soul from a body. However, the soul is a special kind of energy. Everyone knows that. In the cultivation world, extremely strong cultivators can collect the souls of people and refine them into various magical treasures. Now, there's actually a devil on the Emperor Star that can suck the souls of living beings, and it's an energy body? This is simply unimaginable. The world is boundless, and there are all kinds of strange things. Jiangli searched for information on the Snow Devil again and realized that the information was actually encrypted, and he needed money to purchase it. He didn't know which team had posted the thread, but this time it actually cost 500,000 to view and download the thread. Even after ransacking Jiang Li's bank account clean, he still didn't have that much money. He couldn't help but curse out loud. 500,000 to download a thread? Why don't we just rob a bank? We might as well rob a bank. He couldn't find any information, and he didn't even know where the Snow Devil had appeared. The Emperor's Star was boundless, and trying to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Forget it, I'll go back first. I'll sell the Royal Sea Snake Pearl first, then I can download the thread. Jiang Li rushed back quickly, and only returned to the base of the Starry Sky University 3 days later. He immediately sold the pearl, received 2 million, and began to search for information. In the end, he discovered that the Snow Devil had appeared on the Emperor's Star, in a place called the Snow Soul Wilderness. It was on the other side of the planet, and it was impossible for him to go there by himself. He would need a large battleship, and it would take him tens of days to get there. Moreover, the temperature of the snowy plains was negative 100 degrees Celsius, and it was very frightening. The wind was as strong as a mountain. The wind there could really sweep up a huge mountain. In front of this kind of wind, the battleship was almost like a paper airplane. Only battleships at the level of Hong Heiyu could go deep into the wilderness. Forget it. No wonder the price is so high. This is something that only people in the embryonic breathing realm can do. It's even more dangerous than gathering the dragon-seeking grass. Jiang Li shook his head. Go and contact Luohan and Serene. I lost contact with them after they returned to the human base. I was also captured by the teacher to be beheaded and cut in half at the waist. I don't have time to think about other things. Jiang Li turned on the optical computer and began to contact them. After sending an email, he immediately got a response. It was Luohan, and her tone seemed to be complaining. Jiang Li, after you came back from the rescue, you reported that you were safe and then disappeared. I couldn't contact you no matter what. I was worried to death. What have you been doing recently? Also, congratulations on your teacher's promotion to the vice principal. Don't mention it. I was captured by the teacher for training, and it was a living hell. It's really unbearable. Jiang Li quickly replied. How are you guys? How's the training? Our team and Sharen's team have contacted the Hidden Dragon team, and we've completed many missions. My vitality has recently reached 2.5. What about you? Luohan replied. Chapter 164. Hee, I've made some progress in my cultivation recently. Jiang Li replied, gathering the spirit liquid in his body and hiding it in the depths of his dantian. His vitality dropped from 5 to 3. Because a vitality of 5 is too shocking, a tall tree attracts the wind. Some people might be jealous. He didn't want to be too ostentatious. Concentrating on his cultivation was the most important. You only know how to cultivate all day long. I heard that your teacher, Hong Hei-yu, is the most abnormal teacher in the entire Star Sky University. He often drives students crazy. Luo Han's email was very relaxed. But since you took the initiative to send me a message, then let's put an end to your cultivation for now. Come over here and have some fun. Join a fellowship party. Fellowship party? Zhongli quickly asked. What fellowship party? Have you gone crazy from cultivating? Stupid. Of course it's a school fellowship party, a lot of activities organized by students. Any university has this type of fellowship party. Luo Han felt that Zhongli was completely in a primitive state, trying to pull him back to the normal world. Right, this is a university. I'm attending a university. Zhongli suddenly realized, returning from the cultivation environment to the real world. Although Star Sky University is special, it is still a university. All kinds of students organize activities. It's normal to get to know each other. It's a form of social interaction. There's a fellowship party tonight. Are you coming? You can meet a lot of students. Some of them are absolute experts. Senior students with vitality over 10 will attend this fellowship party. If we make a friend, it'll be very beneficial for our future development. Don't worry, this time I'm not here to drag you fight, hee. Luo Han's tone was playful. Time, 8 p.m., location, senior student base, building 5789 Exhibition Hall. I'll be waiting for you. Okay, I'll definitely come. I want to see if there are any hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Star Sky University. Zhang Li and Luo Han agreed. Seeing that it was getting late, he turned off the optical computer, changed into his school uniform, and set off. He didn't use a mecha, nor a battleship. He flew with his body. With the 5 flying swords embedded in his flesh, his flying speed reached more than 200 meters per second. Although the kinetic energy of the flying sword could raise him to the speed of sound, or even twice the speed of sound, that speed was too fast for his body to bear, and he would become a bloody mess in the air. Normally, only when one's vitality reached 7 could one run at the speed of sound. Every 0.1 increase in vitality would result in a completely different realm. Therefore, there was a difference of 20 levels between Jiang Li and 7 in vitality. The difference was like heaven and earth. However, a speed of 200 meters per second was enough for him to show disdain for everyone else. 2 hours later, Jiang Li stopped in front of a large-scale modern city. This was the senior student base of Starry Sky University. It was much more magnificent and luxurious than the freshman base. Some freshmen could blend into the senior student squads and move to live here. The living conditions were also very advanced. Such powerful energy. Jiang Li observed carefully and discovered that there was an incomparably huge energy barrier constantly operating, enveloping all of the human bases. When he walked to the door, he was stopped by a wave of energy. He took out the optical computer chip and swiped it. A row of numbers appeared on the energy. Jiang Li, freshman age. His data was completely displayed by the energy. The energy seemed to have intelligence, and it opened a door for him to enter. When he walked into the energy barrier, the energy completely closed up, leaving no gaps. The defense of this energy was extremely strong. Even those in the embryonic breathing realm couldn't break it, and could even counterattack. It was rumored that the entire Starry Sky University base could explode with energy missiles that could cover most of the Emperor's star. However, this would consume too much energy, and the consequences would be unbearable. Walking into the senior student base, Jiang Li looked around and was feeling curious. Suddenly, a few people landed and surrounded him. They all took off their helmets. It was Lei Zheng, Ji Qingwu, Luo Han, and Serene. Hi, Jiang Li. Serene was as lively as before, winking at Jiang Li. Luo Han stood at the side and smiled. Jiang Li also smiled and nodded at them. Jiang Li, you're here? How's your training recently? I have to say, your endurance is amazing. You actually didn't get driven crazy by Hong Hei-yu. Over the years, 9 out of 10 students who trained with Hong Hei-yu were forced to drop out. You can actually endure it. I really admire you. Lei Zheng laughed heartily and went forward to pat Jiang Li's shoulder. He was extremely affectionate. Through the previous incident, they had also built a deep relationship with Jiang Li. It's all right. My mentor's training is indeed insane, but he also gave me a lot of resources to train. Jiang Li shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, Jiang Li, I heard that LV Jin's mentor, Song Shuren, wanted to harm you. He actually used his law enforcement power to frame you for colluding with the Aborigines on the Emperor's Star to harm his disciple. Ji Qing Wu came up to ask, Is it true? It's true. Jiang Li was a little angry when he thought about it. But my mentor completely resolved it. There won't be any more problems. It seems that LV Jin and his mentor are scum. A murderous look flashed across Ji Qingwu's face. Why don't we find a chance to kill LV Jin? Kill him. Jiang Li was taken aback. Wouldn't this be used against us? This person is indeed scum, but he's still a student of Star Sky University. If he dies, his mentor can sue me. We've completed a few missions, and this person always comes to cause trouble. He almost killed one of our teammates. I think he'll come for revenge sooner or later. Ji Qingwu's face was as cold as frost. Of course, there's a certain risk in killing him. His mentor definitely won't let it go. But we can kill his mentor too. What? Jiang Li saw that Ji Qingwu didn't seem to be joking. He was stunned. Kill Song Shuren too? How is that possible? Killing a mentor? Ji Qingwu was too crazy. Although there were cases of mutual killings in Star Sky University in the wild, as long as there was evidence and no investigation, the university could only let it go. However, killing a mentor was too much of a risk. Jiang Li had killed Jiang Tianhe before, but the case was still closed. No investigation was found, and the case was pushed to the extraterrestrial Aborigines. Why can't we kill him? Ji Qingwu laughed coldly. There's scum among the mentors too. Besides, Song Shuren is only in the stable realm, not the embryonic breathing realm. It's not impossible to kill him. However, his vitality is 8, which is very scary. It's very difficult to kill him, but if we don't kill him, we'll be the unlucky ones. We can't kill this person even if we join forces, right? Jiang Li was still fearful. He felt that it was better to increase his strength first and have absolute power to crush the other party. It's like this. Song Shuren has already started to harm us. We've completed a few missions perfectly, but when we handed them in, we were actually obstructed, saying that we didn't complete them, causing us to lose at least a few hundred million. Luohan explained at the side. He has some connections in the mission department, so we can't do anything to him. Moreover, LV Jin also colluded with some people to sabotage our missions. Then he really deserves to die. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. He also found it hard to tolerate such petty tricks behind his back. If not, they could openly confront him head-on and use crafty plots and schemes that were impossible to defend against, and it was indeed very uncomfortable. How do we kill him? Don't worry. I've already hooked up with an expert. He promised to help us kill Song Shuren and LV Jin. Ji Qingwu smiled lightly. With him, killing Song Shuren will be as easy as killing a dog. Who? Jiang Li was shocked. Only then did he realize that Ji Qingwu before him was also a character. The leader of the Hidden Dragon Squad, Wang Rulai. Vitality, 10. An absolute expert among the senior students. An invincible overlord with hopes of breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. His strength has surpassed many mentors. He's from the Wang clan. Ji Qingwu said. He was the one who started this fellowship party. Let's meet him tonight. There will be many experts attending. Wang Rulai? Jiang Li's expression was strange. This guy is really bold. He's actually called Rulai. He's really domineering and high-end. Jiang Li had seen Wang Daorong and Wang Changrong before. One of them was like a hero who had appeared out of nowhere, dying without regrets for his ideals. The other walked out of hell, devouring people and liberating them. He immediately had an epiphany and became a bodhisattva of the 8 earthly realms. His spirit never retreated, and he was a dragon among men. He wondered what kind of temperament this Wang Rulai had. The 5 of them chatted for a while more before Lei Zheng suddenly said, Jiang Li, why don't you have a mecha? After this fellowship party, we'll immediately go on a dangerous mission with the Hidden Dragon Squad. Since you have time, come with us. It'll be good to have an extra helper. What mission? Zhongli was just worrying about not having enough money. We're going to the Black Dragon Pool to get the dragon grass. Each one of them can be auctioned for hundreds of millions. Luan turned on the optical computer, which displayed all kinds of information about the Black Dragon Pool. The dragon grass is a more powerful medicinal herb than the fruit of life. Also, the Black Dragon Pool might be a cultivator's cave abode. There are many treasures left behind by the ancient cultivators. Many students from our Starry Sky University went there to explore, but unfortunately, they returned empty-handed. Some were even killed. Black Dragon Pool? What a coincidence! Jiang Li's expression was terrible. I just came from there. One of the Black Snake Kings was actually in the embryonic breathing realm. We're definitely not a match for it. Huh? You know that too? Ji Qingwu's face lit up. That's even better. It'll be easier for us to go down after familiarizing ourselves with the environment. Don't worry, our target is just the dragon grass. With an expert like Wang Rulai, there's still hope. Wang Rulai is definitely not a match for the Black Snake King. Jiang Li shook his head. The Black Snake King's sacred fetus had transformed into the power of the man in black. As it breathed, it triggered a celestial phenomenon, which was not something that could be resisted by a physical body. Don't worry, we have technology. In short, if Wang Rulai brings us there, we'll definitely have a chance to obtain wealth. Lei Zhang said, Quick, the fellowship party is starting. Let's go in first. There will definitely be a lot of people coming today. The 5 of them hurriedly flew up and landed in another luxurious palace-like building. Jiang Li didn't activate his flying sword, but directly manipulated the airflow and glided in the air. He was actually able to keep pace with Lei Zhang, Ji Qingwu, and the other 3. This surprised Ji Qingwu a little. She instinctively looked at Jiang Li a few more times and seemed to have an idea of what was going on. In front of this palace-like building was a huge square. There were flying cars and small warships all over the square. They were all students from Starry Sky University who came to participate in the fellowship party. The new students had just enrolled, so they couldn't afford to buy warships. So many experts. Jiang Li saw that there were still warships landing continuously. Some of the men and women were wearing mechas, some were wearing school uniforms, and some were wearing formal attire. There were all kinds of people chatting and laughing. It was a high-class salon of the upper class. Chapter 165. The banquet hall was magnificent, and the waiters in charge of serving drinks were actually beautiful women and handsome men formed from energy bodies. These energy body beauties wore classical palace dresses, looking graceful and graceful, while the handsome men wore swallow-tailed suits, giving off the feeling of classical Western royalty and nobility. How is this still a fellowship party? It was more like a banquet in the palace. In some high-level societies, robots would be the receptionists. But in the Cosmic Sky University's fellowship party, energy bodies were actually the receptionists. It seemed like it was even more advanced. Jiang Li looked at this fellowship party and knew that the amount of energy it would consume was the number of days. After the banquet, hundreds of millions of yuan would probably be used up. It was simply burning money. Look, Jiang Li. That's Wang Rulai, the leader of the Hidden Dragon Squad. He's our friend. Ji Qingwu led the group into the hall and immediately saw a tall man deep in the hall talking with the group. She quickly went up to greet him. Hearing Ji Qingwu's greeting, the man slowly turned around. Jiang Li seemed to see a figure slowly walking over from the depths of the sky, taking away all his attention. The person who came was young, with eyes like stars. He seemed to be only 25 or 26 years old. He was in the prime of his life and had a smile on his face. He looked at everyone with kindness, naturally exuding a moving and warm aura. He walked over with a smile and said, Qingwu, Lei Zhang, Luohan, Serene, you're here? This is our friend. He's called. Ji Qingwu quickly introduced. There's no need for introductions. He's called Jiang Li. I know him. Wang Rulai patted Jiang Li's shoulder. Come, let's talk alone for a while. Jiang Li's heart stirred. Logically speaking, an expert like him shouldn't have let anyone touch his shoulder. However, Wang Rulai's approach was natural and without the slightest trace of worldly aura. This level of martial arts far surpassed his. Moreover, he felt that Wang Rulai didn't have any malicious intent and was instead filled with kindness. Thus, he let him pat his shoulder. The two of them turned to a corner of the hall. Wang Rulai didn't speak, but a voice rang in Jiang Li's mind. "Thank you for saving my uncle." "Your uncle is?" Jiang Li immediately understood. "Wang Changrong. Changrong is my uncle. He has been very good to me since I was a child. Unfortunately, he was framed. Otherwise, he would not be like this now. Fortunately, he broke through Chongding on earth, and his spiritual cultivation is extremely tyrannical. This is all because you gave him a way out." The gratitude in Wang Rulai's tone was not fake, but very sincere. "Not at all. I helped him, and he helped me. It's all because of the entanglement of karma." Jiang Li did not dare to take credit. "All right, let's not talk about my uncle anymore." Wang Rulai had been talking to Jiang Li telepathically. Jiang Li's cultivation was constant stabilization and would not regress. No wonder his vitality was so strong. "I know your brother, Jiang Tao." "My little brother?" Jiang Li's emotions surged, and he hurriedly asked, "Where is he now?" "My brother seems to have joined the army. I haven't seen him for almost a year." "Doesn't he take the exam at Starry Sky University?" "Starry Sky University is not the only way out. Some people are still invincible even if they don't study at Starry Sky University." Wang Rulai smiled. Jiang Tao is now charging and breaking through the enemy lines on the vast and most dangerous battlefield of mankind. He is a great soldier. That battlefield is the cultivation world that mankind is currently attacking. The cultivators on Emperor's planet were nothing compared to the cultivators in that world. The number of spirit stones in that world was more than 10,000 times that of Emperor's planet. There were even immortal stones of a higher grade than spirit stones. If it weren't for the fact that human beings have spiritual masters to suppress them, they might have been counterattacked long ago. Jiang Tao is tempering himself there, and he is definitely outstanding. "Is there any specific news about him?" Jiang Li continued to ask. He was eager to know his brother's current whereabouts and cultivation. His parents and sister were also very worried. In that world, photon processors can't be used. It's a vast, bizarre world. Many of the laws of human technology can't be used there. Wang Rulai shook his head. "However, as long as one masters the cultivation techniques, the cultivation of humans and the mind will be maximized there. Then we can only wait for my brother to come back." Jiang Li sighed. Since his brother was still alive, that was the best outcome. There was no point in worrying. "You saved my uncle, and your brother and I know each other. Your business is my business." Wang Rulai looked into the distance. "I know that Song Shuren is looking for trouble with you. Even if you kill him, the Jiang clan will still look for trouble with you. That Jiang Hailong is quite powerful, but when I advance to the embryonic breathing realm, I will also kill him. F***, what a fiend." Jiang Li saw that Rulai Wang was resolute and knew that he was not lying. This person was truly unstoppable, killing gods and Buddhas. The only powerful person in the Jiang family is Jiang Nailin. Back then, he was involved in the capture of my uncle. He repeatedly tried to destroy the foundation of our Wang family. He thought that after our Wang family ancestor disappeared, the Jiang family could replace him and become one of the strongest human families. Wang Rulai told the truth in front of Jiang Li. "In all fairness, what do you think of the Jiang family? I know that the Jiang clan persecuted your father and now wants to capture him to study the essence of the sun and moon. Uncle has been protecting your father and has already fought with their Chongding experts several times. The**M in it." Jiang Li clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. "It seems that I have to go back and teach them a lesson. It's useless to teach them a lesson. If you don't kill a snake, it will hurt you. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again." Wang Rulai thought about it carefully. "Even if you go back to Earth, it won't help. You're a little weak now." "No." His eyes suddenly flashed wildly as if he'd seen through Jiang Li. "Your vitality is hidden, and there's a stream of energy in your body. You really have a sharp eye. Zhongli knew that he could not hide it from a peerless expert like Wang Rilai. What a strong vitality. If I'm not wrong, your vitality is at least 5. Moreover, in your Baihui acupoint, Mingmen, there are 5 places with strong sword qi hibernating. These are 5 flying swords, each of which is a rare treasure that can reside in your flesh and blood. Each of these flying swords is a priceless treasure that is hard to find even with tens of billions of dollars. Good stuff, good stuff. You actually have 5 of them in a row? Wang Rilai looked carefully again, and his eyeballs almost fell out. D*****, where did you get these 5 flying swords? My mentor gave them to me. Zhongli replied. My mentor is Hong Heiyu. We found the flying swords in a cultivator's cave together, so I refined them and temporarily attached them to my flesh and blood, nourishing them with my flesh and blood. Unfortunately, I can't integrate them with my body. The flying swords are a kind of metal energy, which is very difficult to integrate with your flesh and blood, but once they do, your flesh and blood will be extremely strong. Wang Rilai said. However, if it is forcibly nourished in your flesh and blood, the metal's spiritual energy will be extremely sharp and will destroy your cells, leading to premature aging and death. The only way is to take a lot of spiritual medicine to neutralize the metal spiritual energy and strengthen your cells. At this stage, the best medicine for humans is the dragon-seeking grass, which contains an energy called dragon breath. I also have a flying sword now, and I need the dragon-seeking grass to refine it. I collected 3 dragon-seeking grass before I attached the flying swords to my flesh and blood. However, the black dragons in the Black Dragon Pond are too strong, so I don't dare to go there again. Zhongli recalled the scene that day and was still a little afraid. I knew it. You must have been to the Black Dragon Pond. Otherwise, without the dragon-seeking grass, all the cells in your body would have been pierced by the metal spiritual energy a long time ago, and even the fruit of life wouldn't have been able to save you. Compared to people with the same vitality of 5, your body is 3 to 5 times stronger. You deliberately didn't increase your vitality, but stored your potential. You are very ambitious. Wang Rilai smiled. How about it? Are you interested in going to the Black Dragon Pond with me to collect the dragon-seeking grass again? Since Brother Wang is so confident, I will definitely accompany you. Zhongli knew that Wang Rilai must know some details about the Black Dragon Pond and would not die in vain. With your help, I have a higher chance of success. With your vitality of 5 and 5 flying swords, your combat power is equivalent to a person of 7. Wang Rilai fell in a deep thought and muttered, In that case, I will tell you another secret. In the depths of the Black Dragon Pond is a secret abode of a cultivator. I have already found out that those black giant pythons are his pets. After the cultivator died, the Black Python King guarded the abode. It has spirituality and even learned the practice method. Its strength is extremely strong. It is in the embryonic breathing realm, but because its body is different from humans, the sacred fetus is also very strong. It is dozens of times stronger than the average embryonic breathing realm-strong practitioner. Even the experts of Starry Sky University can't do anything to it. However, if someone can sneak into the depths of the abode and obtain a token, then the Black Python King can be obedient. This is because when the cultivator taught the Black Python how to practice, he also enslaved its soul. According to the cultivator, that token is the vitality token of the Black Python King. Therefore, I want to obtain that thing. As long as I control the Black Python King, it is equivalent to having an expert in the embryonic breathing realm as your servant. That is not all. You can also develop the whole cultivator's abode and obtain the wealth inside. This is a huge secret. Zhongli sucked in a breath of cold air. How many people know of this secret? Only I know at the moment. Wang Rilai told Zhongli telepathically, Come, I didn't intend to tell you this secret, but your strength moved me. To me, you are my great assistant. I can't trust anyone else. Indeed, this temptation is too great. Zhongli calmed down. So, you want to get that vitality token to control the Black Python King? Of course, Wang Rilai said proudly. If I want to play, I will play it big. I have been planning this for 7 years, but I can't find anyone to cooperate with me. Uncle said that you are reliable, so I will believe you this time. I just want to get the dragon grass. Jiang Li's ambition was not so big. He knew that the cultivator's abode and the Black Python King were definitely not so easy to control. No problem. This matter can be discussed in detail. Wang Rilai looked around. The fellowship party has begun. There was music in the whole hall. It was actually the familiar Eternal Life. This song seemed to have become the most classic and great movement of mankind. In the familiar song, more and more students came to participate in the fellowship party. Some students began to look for dance partners. This fellowship party was also a feast to find boyfriends and girlfriends. Jiang Li, let's dance. It was unknown when Snow Spirit had changed into a light pink dress. She looked elegant and adorable. Her dress swayed as she slowly walked over, attracting the attention of many men in the surroundings. She raised her hand to invite Jiang Li, smiling like a fairy. Chapter 166. In the hall of the entire sorority, the atmosphere was very relaxed. There were students gathered in 2s and 3s everywhere. Some were talking, while others invited beautiful female classmates to dance on the dance floor to improve their relationship. It was also a method to pursue the girl they liked. Seeing that Serene came forward to invite him, Jiang Li readily agreed. The two of them walked onto the dance floor hand in hand and began to dance. Luohan sat at the side and ordered a cup of tea. She watched the two of them dance with a smile on her face. There was no trace of the tense atmosphere at the beginning. It seemed that she and Serene had been through life and death together for a long time, and their relationship had become much closer. On this strange and dangerous planet, they also relied on each other and were tightly connected. Jiang Li, put your arms around my waist. While dancing, Serene suddenly turned her head slightly and whispered into Jiang Li's ear, "You're not natural at all when you dance like this. You're afraid of your hands and feet. Even a girl like me can let go. What are you afraid of?" Okay. Jiang Li smiled awkwardly. He felt even more uncomfortable after hearing what she said. He had no choice but to stretch his arms and hug Serene's waist. He felt that it was soft and indescribably comfortable. Serene also hugged Jiang Li, and the two of them got closer. They swayed on the dance floor and slowly danced to the soothing music. Their postures were beautiful, like two dancing butterflies. Jiang Li was more than one, 9 meters tall, and Serene was also one, 8 meters tall. They were extremely tall. When the two of them hugged and danced together, Jiang Li could even see her lips when he lowered his head. Serene did not have any makeup on. She was completely barefaced, but her skin was very good. Her lips were crystal clear, like a delicate and tender flower, giving people the urge to kiss them. Jiang Li, will you be my boyfriend? Suddenly, Serene let out a soft and inaudible sound. What? Jiang Li was shocked. His body stiffened, and his movements became stiff. I said, will you be my boyfriend? Serene's voice was a little louder, and she stared straight into Jiang Li's eyes. She looked a little nervous and expectant. Then, Jiang Li hesitated, not knowing how to answer. He inexplicably asked a stupid question. What about Luohan? Humph. Serene snorted angrily. She reached out and pinched Jiang Li's waist. Her strength was so great that he actually felt pain. I knew you were going to say that. You're too greedy. No, it's nothing. I was just asking casually, Jiang Li quickly explained. Oomph. Don't dance. You see, Luohan looks calm and composed over there, but in fact she is very angry. She is waiting anxiously. Go and invite her to dance. Serene pulled Jiang Li out of the dance floor and sat down next to Luohan. She threw Jiang Li aside and pouted. Luohan, I've finished dancing with him. Now it's your turn. I've long seen that you are impatient from waiting. It's you who is impatient. I'm not impatient at all. Luohan smiled and poured tea for Serene and Jiang Li. Sit down and rest for a while. Luohan was wearing a white cheongsam with dark lotus patterns. Her posture when pouring tea was extremely elegant. She spoke softly and had a very shallow smile on her lips. She was charming and gentle. She was completely different from the lively and lovely Serene. Serene picked up the tea and took a big gulp. Then she threw the teacup on the table angrily. She opened her mouth and said, "What kind of lousy tea is this? It's scalding me to death. I'm so unlucky to drink tea. I'm so angry. It's you who were absent-minded. You deserve to be scalded. Why are you blaming the tea? This tea is so innocent." Luan blinked and imitated Sheren's tone. Her words were vicious, but she handed her a cup of warm water. Sheren turned her head and said angrily, "Don't make fun of me here. You guys go and dance. I'll stay alone for a while." Luan laughed and pointed at Sheren's head with her index finger. Then she extended her hand to Jiangli. Jiangli didn't dare to speak. At this time, he was relieved. He quickly got up and took Luhan's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. At the same time, on the other side of the hall, there was a small group of people gathering. A pair of eyes looked at Sheren and the other two. The owner of that pair of eyes was LV Jean. The people with him were all powerful senior students. They didn't know which team they were from, but each of them had an extraordinary aura. They were all big shots. "LV Jean, are you talking about this freshman? Very powerful? Even you were hypnotized? Even your 4% vitality is no match for him. I don't believe it. His vitality doesn't look strong from afar," a senior student said disdainfully. "TSK, TSK. Another senior student saw that Jiangli actually invited Luohan to the dance floor. He also put his arm around Luohan's waist and danced with an ambiguous expression. Sheren, who had just danced with Jiangli, was drinking tea and watching. This freshman is so arrogant. He actually danced with two girls. These two girls are much stronger than us. These two girls are not bad." Another senior student's eyes lit up. "I can see that they seem to be pure girls who have never been in a relationship before. I'll go and pick one up." As he spoke, he strode forward and soon arrived in front of Sheren. "Hi, beautiful." Seeing that Sheren was drinking tea alone, this senior walked up and greeted her. "Junior, hello. I'm Huang Xiyu. How about I dance with you?" Sheren looked at Huang Shifeng coldly. Her tone was so cold that it could freeze into ice. "I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. You should ask someone else to dance." "Is that so?" Huang Shifeng was rejected and instantly felt embarrassed. "Can't I even dance? Let's be friends. After all, we are classmates. In the future, if you have any trouble, I can help you solve it." "No need. If I have trouble, my boyfriend will help me solve it." Sheren didn't even look at Huang Shifeng. Her tone was even colder, causing the other's expression to turn even uglier. Huang Shifeng felt like he had lost all face when a man was rejected like this with a companion watching from the side. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he continued, "Junior, your boyfriend is dancing with another woman. Aren't you jealous at all? I think your boyfriend is quite a playboy." As he spoke, he pointed at Jiangli and Luohan on the dance floor. "How can he hug another girl during a party and leave his girlfriend to the side? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Sheren was in a bad mood. How could she have a good expression? Her words almost made Huang Shifeng vomit blood and choke. A cold light flashed in Huang Shifeng's eyes. He didn't explode. Instead, he looked at Jiangli and Luohan dancing on the dance floor and said darkly, "Junior, look, your boyfriend seems to be doing something." "Jiangli, look, a senior is flirting with Sheren. Why aren't you going to stop him?" On the dance floor, Luohan and Jiangli were dancing. While they were hugging each other, they also saw the scene of the senior flirting with Sheren. Luohan couldn't help but tease him with a smile. He doesn't come with good intentions. Jiangli frowned. He also noticed LV Jean in the distance. However, he didn't make a move for the time being. This time, the founder of the fellowship party was Wang Rilai. If he made everyone unhappy, it would be equivalent to not giving Wang Rilai face. Just as he was speaking, his vision suddenly went black. He felt Luohan's expression suddenly change. She held a sharp blade in her hand and fiercely stabbed at him. The strong, murderous aura made his hair stand on end. He was shocked and instinctively pushed outwards. However, halfway through, he suddenly woke up. The brain of the universe in his mind suddenly moved, and all the illusions in front of him disappeared. He was still hugging Luohan, and he didn't do anything. Someone hypnotized me. He immediately knew that someone was hypnotizing him, causing him to produce all kinds of illusions. If he had really been hypnotized just now and thought that Luohan was trying to assassinate him, he would have suddenly erupted and sent her flying. Then, Luohan would have been seriously injured. And now that he withdrew his hand, Luohan's entire body was hugged a little tighter by him. Her entire body was pressed against his chest, and she let out an ing sound. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She thought that Jiang Li was going to do something bad to her. Mother of asterisk her, how audacious. He actually dares to hypnotize me. Jiang Li's gaze swept across, and suddenly a thought pierced out. This thought was vast and mighty, like the arrival of a unique great emperor in the vast galaxy of the universe. Huang Shifeng's eyes turned cold. He looked at Jiang Li, and an intense mental battle began between them. Why did you hypnotize me? Jiang Li sent a mental message, wanting to get to the bottom of things first. Could it be that you were provoked by LV Jean and came to deal with me? There is no enmity between us, so it's not good to draw hatred like this. You are a senior. Don't you know the principle of being kind to others? I just don't like the sight of you. Huang Shifeng's mind became stronger and stronger. Good boy, a new student actually has such a profound mental realm and his own Tao. I underestimated you. My first thought did not enslave your mind, but let me see if you can withstand my second thought. You really want to compete with me in terms of mental strength. Jiang Li secretly focused his mind. He found that this senior's mental cultivation was no small matter. He was also at the Grand Com level and had his own Tao. Of course, how about this? Let's make a bet. If you lose, these two girls will belong to me. If you win, no. You have no chance of winning. Kneel for me. Heavenly punishment divinity shield, sigh of the gods. Flood to destroy the world, cleanse the world of sin. Huang Shifeng's powerful mind suddenly condensed into a wave that covered the sky and swarmed towards Jiang Li. Everything in front of Jiang Li's eyes disappeared. All that was left was a torrential flood that swept towards him. Everything was like the end of the world. Huang Shifeng's tall body stood in the clouds. It was as if God had blown the horn of doomsday, beginning to destroy the world. Kneel, I will save you. I will let you recount the sins of your life. Kneel and sincerely repent. Only then can you escape punishment. I am God. I save the world, and I can also cleanse the world of sin. Your soul is impure and must be immersed in the flood to repent. The rumbling voice was like thunder from the heavens, shaking the soul. In front of this kind of mental attack, no one would have the ability to resist. They could only kneel and recount their sins. So I have heard. Something flashed in the depths of Jiang Li's mind. An even more vast mental power surged out. Everywhere it went, flowers fell from the sky, and all the flood disappeared. What replaced it was a Star River Emperor, resplendent as a song. He stretched out his hand, and the entire sky was twisted by his grasp. He firmly grabbed Huang Shifeng's mind in his hand. Rumble. In the real world, the two people's minds clashed. In an instant, the victor was decided. With a thud, Huang Shifeng knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed in repentance. He began to bawl. I'm not human. I've done many ugly things. My soul is impure. When I was 10, I killed a servant of my family. My family used their legal connections to help me clean up my mess, saying that the servant fell to his death on his own. When I was 15, I caused a classmate who opposed me to go bankrupt. In the end, he committed suicide. When I was 18, I drugged and raped a female classmate. I have done all kinds of bad things. I am not human. I deserve to die. I am confessing now. He wailed and continuously slapped himself. He spoke of all his past experiences. All the bad things he had done were vivid in his mind. Every word was very loud, and the people around him could hear it clearly. Many of the students who came to participate in the fellowship party were stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, after he spoke for 3 to 5 minutes with tears in his eyes, all the students knew that he had been hypnotized by someone and was making a fool of himself here. However, some of the students secretly despised him in their hearts. This person actually had so many sins. Damn it! A few of the older students who were chatting with Huang Shifeng were also observing the situation. They had originally thought that Huang Shifeng could teach Jiang Li a lesson and make a fool of him. They had not expected that it would be Huang Shifeng who made a fool of himself. One of the older students was about to step forward to stop him, but was stopped by LV Jean. Brother, this person's mental strength is extremely strong. If we stop him, we will be seen as deliberately provoking him. Let's let Huang Shifeng make a fool of himself first. Let's use our mental strength together and hypnotize this person at the same time to make a fool of himself. That's good too. He can hypnotize Huang Shifeng. We might not be able to gain the upper hand alone. Let's work together and hypnotize him. He alone cannot withstand the mental attack of so many of us. There were a total of 5 older students present. Including LV Jean, there were 6 of them. They exchanged glances. Rumble. 6 extremely tyrannical mental waves directly descended upon Jiang Li's mind. They wanted to make him lose his mind, turn him into an idiot and a madman, and make a fool of himself at the ball. Chapter 167. What a powerful mental wave. 6 of you attacking me at the same time? Since that's the case, I'll let you know how strong my mental energy is. Not to mention 6, even 60 people of the same realm attacking me at the same time might not be able to hypnotize me. Jiang Li was perceptive, and in that instant he sensed danger. However, he didn't move and continued to hold Luohan's arm with a carefree expression. He had been through so many storms, so what could a small mental attack do? Of course, mental attacks were very ferocious because mental energy could be stacked. It was different from physical attacks. Physical attacks couldn't be stacked. 2 people with vitality of 2 couldn't reach the power of a person with vitality of 4. They couldn't even reach 2. 1. This was because 2 people with vitality of 2 couldn't defeat someone with vitality of 2. 1. However, mental attacks were different. 2 people of the same realm could easily hypnotize someone of the same realm, increasing their mental energy by many times. Now that the 6 of them were working together to hypnotize someone of the same realm, it was equivalent to increasing their mental energy by 6 times. Even if 6 experts of the same realm worked together, they could interfere with experts of the same realm. Others couldn't feel the mental waves, but illusions appeared in front of Jiang Li. He felt endless mental pressure bombarding him. His brain cells felt like they were shrinking. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was as if he was being suppressed in an abyss and his mind was being sealed. Great Seal. Meditation. Xiantian Sword Slash. Meditation. 5-5 Labyrinth God. Meditation. Their voices bombarded the depths of Jiang Li's mind. With 6 experts stacking their mental energies, unless it was Chongding, he wouldn't be a match. In front of Jiang Li, blades, labyrinths, and many seals appeared, wrapping his body up. Jiang Li's mind shook. As the brain of the universe operated, water, fire, wind, and lightning appeared. It was majestic, tearing apart the stars. Those meditations were all destroyed in an instant. As I have heard, a great emperor preached in the starry sky. Lightning came out of the universe, wind traveled in space, fire covered the world, water, tribulation, flood waves, boundless worlds, 4 types of tremors. Passages of scriptures seeped out from Jiang Li's mind. The expressions of the 6 people changed. All of them retreated at the same time. All of their spiritual power was crushed in an instant. They could only feel that Jiang Li's spiritual power was almost endless and invincible. However, Jiang Li's psychic power did not penetrate their bodies. It only lingered around them. And at the same time, there was a rumbling voice in the depths of their hearts. I have no enmity with you. Do you think I'm easy to bully by provoking me? It's best if you don't hang out with scum like LV Jean anymore. It's not good for you. Jiang Li did not kill them. Originally, he could have made these older students kneel down and repent like Huang Shifeng, losing all face. But where it was possible to forgive people, he had to forgive them. He did not have the power to do as he pleased. He did not want to make too many enemies because of a personal dispute. Except for LV Jean, the other 5 people's faces were ashen. They never expected that Jiang Li's spiritual power would be so strong that he could defeat the 6 of them in one fell swoop and counterattack. His tyrannical thoughts revolved around them. As long as they moved, it would seep into their bodies and control their brains, turning them into walking corpses. Powerful. Brother, let's talk. One of the older students sent out a thought wave. We were indeed bewitched by LV Jean, but you are right. We have no enmity with you. Why would we go against an expert like you? You are magnanimous and righteous. We are very grateful. We hope that you will let Huang Shifeng go. From now on, we will draw a clear line between us and scum like LV Jean. All right, since you have said so, I will not make things difficult for you. Jiangli withdrew his psychic power. His tone was cold. Take LV Jean and Huang Shifeng away. Let's go. One of the older students flew over and grabbed Huang Shifeng in front of everyone's eyes. He called out to him and left the sorority. They did not pay attention to LV Jean, clearly drawing a clear line between them. LV Jean looked venomously at Jiangli. He found a hidden corner and quietly slipped out. Jiangli did not care about him. A small character like him would die in his hands sooner or later. But now was not the time to kill him. After this small disturbance, the atmosphere on the dance floor became lively again. Many students were not surprised by this disturbance. This was because Starry Sky University's student gatherings often had fierce fights, and some were even life and death enemies. For example, the top few teams were all enemies, and they often fought and killed each other during missions. Because in missions, there were often teams that almost caused other teams to be annihilated. Some even borrowed a knife to kill, killing each other. The competition was very cruel. However, there were still some students who were confused, not knowing why Huang Shifeng was bawling. Jiangli had been dancing on the dance floor the entire time, and there had been nothing out of the ordinary. Many people thought that Shui Ling was unable to bear the harassment and had decided to teach the lecher a lesson. They were all shocked at how powerful this girl was and how vicious her methods were. They looked at Shui Ling as if she was a pervert. This was a spiritual attack, a battle of hypnosis, invisible and formless. Only the people involved knew what had happened. Of course, there were also a few powerful people who saw some clues. After the order was restored, Jiang Li and Luohan finished their dance and walked together to Serene. Serene was dumbfounded, completely forgetting the previous unhappiness. She gave Jiangli a thumbs up and praised. You're good. Of course, she could see that Jiangli had defeated so many masters in one fell swoop and taught a lesson to Huang Shifeng. After she entered Starry Sky University, she followed her mentor and her vitality was raised to 2. 5. She was not an ordinary person. Her vision was sharp and she could see through everything. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jiangli sat down and took a sip of tea. I can let these people go, but we can't let LV Jean go. With such a troublemaker, we can't eat or sleep in peace. It's a small matter. Shirin and Luohan looked at each other and seemed to remember something. Luohan said seriously, the real important thing is on Earth. Regarding your family situation, the two of us have discussed it and have joined forces with Ji Qinwu, Lei Zheng, and some forces on Earth to form a company. We bought an island and 3 mountains in the capital and are now building a base. We have hired your father as the chief technology officer to study the essence of the sun and moon. You also have shares in it and are the nominal chairman. There's such a thing? Jiangli did not expect Luohan and Shirin to make such a big move. Look, this is an electronic document. The company's name is Scarlet Emperor Corporation. Luohan clicked on the optical computer and a lot of registration information, funds, and the progress of the project appeared. Jiangli saw an island and 3 mountains on the coast of the capital. A bridge across the sea connected the island into the shape of a crescent moon, and the 3 mountains were in the shape of 3 stars. The feng shui was excellent. We have invested a total of 5 billion for the initial construction of the group. This feng shui design was personally designed by Mr. Chang Rong to imitate the cave residence of ancestor Bodhi in ancient mythology, Crescent 3 Stars Cave. Also, Wang Rulai has invested 3 billion. We will gather together and establish our own company to develop the sun and moon essence. Shiren was serious when talking about business, and her tone was swift and decisive. Good. It's not good to rely on the security group to study the sun and moon essence. It's best to establish our own company. Jiangli looked at the company's information and progress and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to do such a big thing. How is it? I'm a big investor in this company, and I'm very interested in the sun and moon essence. At this time, Wang Rulai walked over and said with a smile, However, I won't participate in the management of the company. This company is yours, and I only want the dividend from the shares. I have many investment companies on other planets, but I can't manage them all. Scarlet Emperor Corporation, Scarlet Emperor Corporation. Jiangli muttered to himself and suddenly smiled. This name is a bit interesting. Your name is Jiangli. Li is fire, and Scarlet Emperor is you. What do you think of the names your two girlfriends came up with? Are they okay? Wang Rulai glanced at Luohan and Serene and teased in a joking tone. 2 girlfriends? Do you think you have 3 wives and 4 concubines in ancient times? Jiangli almost spat out a mouthful of tea and quickly waved his hand. He glanced at Luohan out of the corner of his eye and found that she was just sipping her tea elegantly. She looked calm and composed, but her slender white neck and cheeks were slightly red. Her pretentious expression was very attractive. Can you stop fooling around? We're talking business. Sharin snorted and glared at Wang Rulai. TSK, what kind of society are we in now? The laws of some planets already allow polygamy, and it's not unusual for one wife to have more than one husband. It's not a big deal for a capable man or woman to find a few wives and husbands. Humans have long been open-minded, just like the feminists on the ancient dragon planet. Some powerful women can have 8 or 10 husbands. Wang Rulai pretended to be mature and said, Young man, humans have long been free in modern society. As long as you and I are willing, it's not a big deal. I will marry more than 10 wives in the future. As soon as he said that he would marry more than 10 wives, Luohan and Sharin both looked disgusted and expressed their disdain. Wang Rulai laughed heartily and did not care at all. Human society was indeed very open-minded. The law on Earth was still monogamous, but the laws of some planets had changed. The local laws of each planet were somewhat different, and marriage was one of the big changes. Jiangli had also seen the news. In the human base of ancient dragon planet, a rich woman was marrying 8 handsome men. 8 husbands were coming together. This was the powerful side of modern women. Feminists even said that this was a great revolution. Take some time to go home and solve the problems at home. Wang Rulai's voice was transmitted to Jiang Li's mind. I invested in your Red Emperor group, mainly for the smuggling business. My uncle has told me that you have a spatial magic weapon that can be used for the smuggling business of Starry Sky University. Did Mr. Chang Rong tell you the secret? Jiang Li was shocked. It doesn't matter. Our Wang family also has such an artifact, but it won't fall into my hands. Wang Rulai played it down. The Black Dragon Pond's cave mansion is likely to be a Grotto Heaven-level artifact. It would be great if I could get it this time. We humans will soon be able to develop space-folding technology. When that time comes, smuggling will be difficult, so we should take this opportunity to make a fortune first. Smuggling all kinds of goods from Star Sky University was a profitable business because students bought things very cheaply, but all kinds of goods were very expensive outside. Take spirit stones, for example. Outside, it was 10 million yuan per gram, and the supply could not meet the demand. Students, on the other hand, could buy them for a few million yuan. I see. Jiang Li frowned. But if we buy a lot of supplies from Star Sky University, it will cause an investigation. If smuggling is found out, it will not be a small matter. It doesn't matter. We won't buy things from Star Sky University. We will collect resources on Emperor Star and bring them back. We will be self-sufficient and can also buy some team's resources. Wang Rulai waved his hand. Our problem now is that the resources we collect from Emperor Star can either be used by ourselves or sold to Star Sky University. There is no other choice because we can't bring them out. In fact, Star Sky University has created a kind of monopoly and violated human anti-monopoly laws. We collect our own resources and transport them out to sell. It is morally sound. Star Sky University may have laws, but they are evil and arbitrary. Chapter 168. Jiang Li happened to be worried about making money, so Wang Rulai immediately provided him with a way to make money. This was like someone giving him a pillow just when he was about to doze off. Although it was illegal to use his space to smuggle goods, it was not morally wrong if he didn't buy them from Starry Sky University, but collected them on the Emperor's Star and brought them out. According to the human anti-monopoly law, Starry Sky University had indeed created a monopoly. Unfortunately, Jiang Li's space couldn't carry any goods. Since Wang Rulai knew this secret, he made it clear. I'm afraid I can't make this deal if I don't use the space now. Why? Wang Rulai was a little anxious. Do you think I'm not giving you enough benefits? I've hoarded a lot of goods myself. As long as I can transport them outside and sell them on the black market, I'll immediately make a huge fortune. Your company can also develop. This is a win-win situation. Why do you refuse? There's really something wrong with the space. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid. My mentor and I also conquered a cultivator's cave and obtained a lot of flying swords. There are 49 of them in total. I've only subdued 5 of them, and the remaining 44 are killing each other in the depths of the space. Whoever goes and will be crushed into powder, Jiang Li told the truth. What? Wang Rulai's eyes bulged like bells. He was so surprised that he lost his composure. F***CK. No way. 49 flying swords. I don't have any of these flying swords. Can you sell me a few? With these flying swords, I can collect enough dragon hunting grass and use special cultivation methods to transform the flying swords into energy. Then, I'll integrate them with my body, and their lethality will increase by more than 10 times. These 49 flying swords are a set. With each additional sword, their power increases. It's a pity to separate them. If you want to see them, I can show them to you sometime. Jiang Li wasn't afraid that someone would take away the Emperor's relic. Even Chen Tianshu was shocked to see the Emperor's relic. Fortuitous encounter. What a great fortuitous encounter. You're the lucky one. Wang Rulai calmed down and sighed. Let's go. I'll take you to my field laboratory. You built a field laboratory? Jiang Li was a little surprised. That's rare. That's nothing. The Cosmic Star University isn't a place for us students. Our every move is strictly monitored. So many experts have set up secret bases on the Imperial Star to store items and research. My laboratory isn't that big. The truly big ones, like the Immortal Squad and the St. Monarch Squad, are built deep underground. They're tightly sealed and extremely mysterious. It is said that they found a cultivator's cave residence, which is even more stable than the base of Starry Sky University. The reason why I set my eyes on the Black Dragon Pool this time is that I have taken a fancy to the Immortal's Cave of the Cultivator. I hope that after I subdue it, I can use the Black Dragon Pool as my own experimental base. Wang Rulai's plan was very thorough. Experimental base? Jiang Li suddenly thought of the valley where he practiced swordsmanship. There seemed to be some secrets in the depths of that valley. Moreover, it was extremely stable and could absorb the energy of the stars in the sky. It was a natural base. Perhaps his own laboratory could be set up in that place. Of course, building a base required a huge amount of money. He also needed to buy a lot of robots to do manual labor. Each robot cost a lot of money, more than 10 million star dollars. All kinds of materials, energy furnaces, reactors, and large optical computers were all money. Without tens of billions of dollars, it was impossible to build a laboratory on the Imperial Star. If he wanted a large laboratory, hundreds of billions of dollars could be spent. In the evening, the atmosphere of the party became more and more lively. Many students were communicating with each other, meeting new friends, and forming various large and small circles. This kind of party was the best platform for socializing. Every student of Starry Sky University was a leader, and most of them had huge forces behind them. If they united, they could do whatever they wanted in human society. Therefore, every student of Starry Sky University valued socializing. Perhaps, when a small group united together, it was just a fleeting idea at the beginning, and in the end, it could become a giant business group of the human race. Jiang Li, Luo Han, Serene, Lei Zheng, Ji Qingwu, and Wang Rulai. 6 outstanding people formed the Red Emperor group. Who knew what the fate of this group would be? The party ended in the middle of the night. Battleships flew up into the air, and the students went back or went out for a ride. There are so many students attending the party this time. Zhongli walked out of the noisy party and sighed. There are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. What is this? Wang Rilai's tone was indifferent. The people attending this party are all small shrimps. The big students are all busy cultivating, researching, collecting, and can't wait to improve their strength. They rarely participate in such activities. Let's go take a look at my base. While speaking, everyone boarded his battleship and flew out of the human base. What a big battleship. This battleship was also 100 meters long. It was luxuriously decorated and looked very stable. Although it was not as good as Hong Heiyu's battleship, it was far better than the Starfish battleship. Its cost was definitely more than 10 billion. This battleship is the result of my painstaking efforts. I spent 20 billion star dollars to build it. Wang Rilai stroked his battleship lovingly. Unfortunately, this battleship is not enough to flaunt its power in the Black Dragon Swamp. Therefore, I want to get more funds to upgrade the battleship. However, without money, everything is just empty talk. Therefore, it is necessary to transport all kinds of materials to Earth and sell them on the black market to make huge profits. Do you have a source of customers? Zhongli asked. To transport resources to Earth, there must be a source of customers and a market. Otherwise, it would be a waste to just pile them up there. You don't have to worry about customers. Countless people want to buy materials, but they can't because they don't have the channels to do so. Wang Rilai waved his hand confidently. I have already contacted many buyers. As long as the materials are transported out, they will be sold out in an instant. I only have to worry about not being able to buy them, but I don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Zhongli thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. There were many rich people, but there was a lack of materials. Every kind of material on the Emperor Star was a good thing, and countless rich people dreamed of owning it. The battleship flew up silently. There were not even any atmospheric fluctuations. This was the most advanced airflow control system. It was to prevent the huge waves from being discovered by the enemy while the battleship was flying. Ordinary battleships did not have such a system, and it was very valuable. Dang, dang, dang. Ji Qingwu knocked on the battleship, making a dull metallic sound. She said, "This is the rare black misfortune gold. Ordinary battleships do not have this material." Not all. Black misfortune gold is a strange metal that truly contains the laws of the universe. It is too expensive. I only added about 30 grams of black misfortune gold to my battleship. If the entire battleship was built with black misfortune gold, it would be able to cross the universe. Wang Rilai was very hospitable and introduced the various equipment on the ship to everyone. The battleship started moving and did not stop until dawn. Zhongli saw a stretch of mountains. The feng shui was very good. The mountains were like the backs of turtles and snakes, rising and falling. At the head of the dragon, a base could be vaguely seen. This is a natural feng shui dragon vein called the turtle snake coil dragon. It is a very rare feng shui layout. Building a base on this dragon head will increase luck. Wang Rilai landed the battleship. Everyone saw that the feng shui dragon head was the gate of the base. It was silvery white. From a distance, it looked like a mountain dragon holding a dragon pearl, absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the universe. The feng shui layout was indeed unique. The gate of the base slowly opened, and many robots could be seen going back and forth to do work and build. There were no humans on the Emperor Star. All construction had to be done by robots or energy bodies. Energy bodies were expensive to build, and Wang Rilai could not afford to use them, so he could only use robots to build. Click, click. The silvery white gate opened. Jiang Li and the others walked in and found that the base led directly to the belly of the mountain. It was not stuffy inside at all. They could see outside. It seemed that the rocks had been transformed into a kind of crystal. From the inside, they could see outside, and the outside still looked like a rocky mountain range. Let's go and burn some incense in front of the statue of our Wang family's ancestor. Wang Rilai led everyone to a hall that looked like a temple. Jiangli looked up and saw a stone statue in front of him. Although it was only the height of an ordinary person, it looked like a celestial venerable. It was a young man wearing white clothes. He had a smile on his face and looked kind and ordinary. At first glance, he looked like a big brother next door. However, upon closer inspection, this person did not seem to be in this world or even in the material world. It was as if he had merged with the void. This is our Wang family's ancestor, Wang Chao. Wang Rui's words immediately made everyone feel deep respect. They felt that this statue had a trace of sacredness and inviolability. Everyone, come up and pay your respects. Maybe the ancestor will bless us. Wang Rui went forward and knelt down. It was as if he was worshipping the great path and looking up at a high mountain. Is Senior Wang Chao alive or dead? Jiangli suddenly asked. I don't know. There's no news. Wang Rui shook his head. But we always believe that the ancestor is not dead, because the disciples of our Wang family have to build a statue of the ancestor, pray to him, burn incense, and worship him. Some disciples have even received blessings from the ancestor, and they have even been taught various fist techniques and martial arts in their dreams. When they wake up, their vitality has greatly increased. This means that our Wang family's ancestor is likely watching us from the other side of the vast starry sky. What? Jiangli was shocked. You can get blessings from the Wang family's ancestor by praying? Isn't this the legendary manifestation of the gods and Buddhas? The human mind masters, people who have cultivated to the vision divine realm, are gods and Buddhas themselves. Wang Rui looked at Jiangli. You should know that the minds of people in the vision divine realm do not need energy. They can directly appear in the material world, so they can cross the distant starry sky with just a thought and bless people. Didn't Guan Bodhisattva say that when all living beings in the world encounter a disaster, as long as they think of his name, they will immediately appear to help them? That is indeed the case. People in the vision divine realm are too strong. They are gods and Buddhas. Jiangli also knew how terrifying these people were. The #1 native expert of the Emperor's Star, Chun Tianshu, was almost invincible. It was like he could teleport, and that powerful spirit sword had been taken away by him with a wave of his hand, but he was only in the meditative divine realm. He was still 108,000 miles away from the vision divine realm. This is humanity's greatest person. Although he is not our ancestor, out of respect, we should also pay our respects. Luohan came forward and respectfully clasped her hands together as she knelt down to pay her respects. Jiangli nodded and also came forward to burn incense. He paid his respects to the once strongest person of humanity, the overlord of the martial path. The 6 of them burned incense, bowed, and paid their respects. Wang. Just as they were kneeling in worship, a miracle suddenly appeared. This statue of a god actually began to shake. The originally hard stone statue actually had a delicate feeling like it was made of meat. It carried a human aura, completely going against the laws of physics. At this moment, everyone seemed to be frozen. They were all stunned as they stared at the living statue in a daze. This statue actually began to move. It came in front of everyone and first touched Wang Rui's head. Then it started to touch Luohan, Serene, Lei Zheng, and Ji Qingwu's heads before finally standing in front of Jiangli. Chapter 169. Everyone was in awe and worshipped Wang Chao's statue. The statue actually manifested itself. Everyone was in a trance, as if they were in a dream. They saw the statue come to life, walk in front of them, and as it reached out to touch their heads, waves of cool and boundless energy filled their hearts. They didn't know if it was real or an illusion. They had already lost the ability to think. It was as if their hearts had been completely enveloped by some boundless and surging intent. Jiangli didn't receive any blessings. He only saw the god statue walk in front of him and stretch out its hand. It paused for a moment and then made a grabbing motion. The Grand Emperor relic in his body flew out on its own. The Grand Emperor relic fell into the god statue's hand. He carefully observed it and suddenly let out a long sigh. He didn't speak, but sent out a thought. Heart of the heavenly sword, subduing all swords. The swords come from the same source. The human heart is the heavenly heart. Rumble. Zhongli felt that this thought seemed to rush into the depths of the Grand Emperor relic. The 44 restless flying swords fell to the ground as if they had been subdued and refined. That thought was a sword will, the true essence of the sword. It could control all swords and sword techniques. Could it be that Patriarch Wang Chao appeared and helped me subdue the flying swords? Zhongli thought to himself. In a daze, he felt like he was dreaming. He saw the god statue tossing the Grand Monarch relic back into its body and returning to the starting point. The entire space-time spun, the sky spun, and the earth spun. A strange wind howled, and everyone regained clarity as though they had just woken up from a dream. No one spoke. They were all in a daze. After a full 10 minutes, the hall was still calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Ha ha! Suddenly, Rilai Wang laughed. The ancestor has appeared. It's actually the ancestor. My vitality has increased by 1. It has broken through from 10 to 11. The ancestor is really invincible. He won't appear easily. The Splendid Dharma Sutra says that every Buddha is born because of a great cause and effect. They won't appear easily. The ancestor didn't appear because of me. It seems like it's because of Zhongli. How strange. Did I have a dream? That god statue actually moved and is touching my head to give me blessings? Is it real or fake? Ji Qingwu, Luo Han, Serene, and Lei Zheng came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. It's true. My life force has increased. Serene was overjoyed. She waved her hand, and innate energy shot out from her hand like whips, hitting the ground and causing sparks to fly. My vitality has increased from 5 to 3. 5. Am I dreaming? That's a whole 1% increase. I'll also increase by 1. Luohan said in disbelief. This is not a dream. It really improved. Moreover, I feel that my mind is more flexible and my brain cells are at least twice as strong. At first, I was worried that I would have to drop out of school if my vitality didn't reach 3 at the end of the semester. But now, my vitality has greatly exceeded the target. Starry Sky University also has an elimination rate. Freshmen will be assessed in their first year of school. Their vitality must reach 3, otherwise they will be eliminated and expelled. In the second year, his vitality had to reach 4. In the third year, his vitality was 5. So on and so forth. Every year, there will be an examination to check your results. In theory, as long as you can meet the requirements, you can continue studying at Starry Sky University and enjoy high treatment. Of course, if your vitality reaches 7 and above, you can migrate to the elite area to work or choose not to study at Starry Sky University. Same for us. Lei Zheng and Ji Qingwu were also observing the changes in their bodies. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Everyone's vitality increased by 1. Of course, Zhongli was an exception. His vitality did not improve at all. However, he had already regained his senses. It's not a dream. Senior Wang Chao has manifested himself. As the strongest person on Earth, his spirit has the power to transcend time and space. A little manifestation is nothing. As he spoke, he penetrated his mental power into the space of the Emperor relic. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. All the agitated flying swords were subdued and shrunk. There was no overflow of energy. Instead, they turned into the shape of needles and scattered in the depths of the space. With a thought, a flying sword appeared in his hand, and he easily retrieved it. This sword was already in the shape of a needle. The body of the needle was sparkling and translucent, and smoke could be seen everywhere inside. There was also something like a bloodline surging, a sign that it had been completely refined by someone. Powerful energy surged wildly within it, breathing in and out. As expected, they got the benefit of increasing their vitality by 1, and I got the benefit of subduing these flying swords. Zhongli understood. Of course, although these flying swords were no longer agitated, Zhongli still couldn't use them because his body couldn't bear it. The energy contained in each flying sword was more powerful than a nuclear reactor. Zhongli's 5 flying swords were nourished in his flesh. In the future, he still needed to find dragon grass to neutralize the energy. If he added one more, his cells would age even faster. But now that the flying swords had been subdued, the Emperor Relic's space was freed up. He could hide like before and enter any dangerous place. Like this, there was a higher chance of finding dragon grass in the Black Dragon Pond. This was because the Emperor Relic didn't have any fluctuations. It was just a normal stone that didn't stand out in the mud at all. Hong Heiyu couldn't see any clues. Zhongli, I have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, my Wang family's ancestor wouldn't have given us his blessing. Wang Rulai walked over and excitedly held Jiang Li's hands, shaking them. Why is it because of me? Jiang Li guessed that it might be because of the Emperor Relic. When he was paying his respects to Wang Chao, the other party had felt the fluctuations of the relic in the depths of the universe. An expert like Wang Chao, a spiritual master and a vision domain expert, would definitely feel something like the Emperor Relic. Thus, his consciousness had transcended time and space and arrived here to give his blessing. This was the method of a Buddha. I'm not sure either. I just feel that it's because of you. Otherwise, after paying my respects for so many years, the old ancestor would have already appeared. Let's go. Brother, let's go look at the resources I've stockpiled, and then think of a way to subdue your flying swords to free up the space. Wang Rulai transmitted his voice to Jiang Li. No need, no need. Jiang Li quickly said, just now, the Wang family's old ancestor appeared and suppressed the flying swords, causing them to completely surrender. What I need to do now is to let the flying swords enter my body one by one and reside in my flesh and blood. Finally, I will become one with the swords. Our old ancestor actually gave you his blessing and helped you subdue the flying swords and free up the space? Wang Rulai pondered for a moment and said, it seems that the old ancestor knows something and knows that humanity is in danger. Our Wang family is in even more danger. So he prepared for a rainy day and arranged a chess piece first. From today's appearance, your Wang family's old ancestor hasn't fallen. Jiang Li immediately knew that the Wang family's position was stable and unshakable. Wang Chao was the #1 human on Earth 200 years ago, the martial arts emperor. Later on, when humanity developed, he was the first person to break through 3 digits in vitality and the first person to reach the vision domain. His strength was now unfathomable. According to Hong Heiyu's speculation, his vitality was likely to break through 4 digits. This kind of person was already high up among the humans on Earth. His words were the law, and no one could go against him. If anyone wanted to touch the Wang family, they would have to see if the old ancestor was still around. I wonder where old ancestor Wang Chao went. Luo Han asked curiously. He went to solve the hidden danger for humans on Earth. Wang Rulai was silent for a moment and told the truth. He was very frank. The reason why humans on Earth have been able to develop to this point is because of the fallen big ship. Without the big ship, humans on Earth would still be in the era of countries, unable to go out of the solar system and constantly fighting among ourselves. However, this big ship belonged to a great civilization in the universe. That civilization is so terrifying that even the old ancestor feels uneasy. Therefore, he must find that civilization and end this karma for humans on Earth. That civilization, Jiang Li and everyone else shuddered. Humans had indeed developed to this point because of that big ship. The civilization of that big ship was too advanced, and there were still many technologies that had not been developed, such as space folding technology and soul grafting technology. These 2 technologies were too advanced, and even the most advanced technology of humans had not been able to conquer them. If this civilization made a comeback, could Earth civilization resist it? Would it be even more miserable than the cultivation world? The battles in the universe are all bloody. Ji Qingwu was immersed in the joy of the growth of her vitality as she sighed. Although humans on Earth now have the upper hand and are conquering everywhere, we are like fleeting lights in the wind when we encounter a powerful civilization. Therefore, we must never slack off. We must become stronger. For humans, for our race, for civilization, and of course for ourselves. Wang Rilai once again offered incense to the old ancestor, bowed a few times, and then stood up and said, "Let's go, Jiangli. Take a look at some of the resources I've hoarded. I still need you to transport them out and then sell them through the Red Emperor Group." Doors opened one after another. Jiangli looked at the base in the mountain. It was really impregnable, and the only thing it lacked was energy. A real expert could split the whole mountain with one sword strike. For example, Chen Tianshu could completely destroy the base with one sword strike if he held the spiritual sword. The terrible power of the spiritual sword still remained in Jiang Li's heart. Suddenly, a terrible thought came to him. Chen Tianshu obtained the spiritual sword to destroy the human base. It probably wouldn't be long before the base of Starry Sky University would usher in a huge change. A huge warehouse opened, and countless resources were hoarded inside, all of which were treasures from the Emperor's Star. Jiangli even saw some attribute spirit stones. In addition, there were large pieces of spirit stones, gene potions, fruits of life, and all kinds of rare medicines. They were all piled up like mountains. I've been in Starry Sky University for 7 years and have obtained the qualification to immigrate to the elite area. However, I didn't leave because once I left, I would never be able to come to the Emperor's Star again. It would be a pity if I couldn't bring these resources out. Wang Rilai waved his hand as if stroking the wealth out of thin air. Selling these things to Starry Sky University won't bring us much wealth, but if we can sell them outside, we can earn at least 10 times or even dozens of times more money. Moreover, we can secretly buy some resources, do business, and make a fortune. If this continues, the Red Emperor Group will definitely become one of the top 500 human organizations in less than 3 years. One of the top 500 human organizations? That would be awesome. Luohan knew what it meant to be one of the top 500 human organizations. Each of them was a giant enterprise, and with a stomp of their feet, the human economy would tremble. Being one of the top 500 human organizations was the dream of all businessmen. Jiangli, you should go back to Earth in a few days. I'll go with you. We'll wipe out the black market and sell these goods. We'll also drive the Jiang family out. I want to accumulate funds and upgrade the battleship. Only then can I go to the Black Dragon Pond to do something big. Wang Rilai's eyes revealed a cold glint. The Jiang family has secretly played tricks against my Wang family time and time again, causing my uncle to suffer for so many years. Now they have reoccupied the black market and continue to oppose my Wang family. This is really intolerable. Chapter 170. Okay, when you return to Earth, we can really wipe out the Jiang family's influence in the black market. Hearing this, Jiangli was also shocked. Wang Rilai was a great master with a double-digit vitality. He was unfathomable and could tear apart a sonic mecha with his bare hands. If he went to the black market, he would definitely be able to crush everything. Of course, there were also masters of the Jiang family gathered in the black market. It was Jiang Li's long-cherished wish to eradicate the Jiang family's influence and occupy the black market. Studying the essence of the sun and the moon was his father's lifelong wish, and he also hoped to help his father fulfill this wish. More importantly, once the black market was taken over, he could continue to sell all kinds of forbidden drugs through the black market in the future. He could also establish a large group that did not belong to the Jiang family. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain a foothold in the human society alone. Brother, open the space and let's move all these resources in. We can't carry them all at once, but we can do it 10 or 20 times. Wang Rilai and Jiangli discussed the next arrangements. Jiangli nodded and opened the space, and a huge space portal appeared. Luo Han, Xueling, Lei Zheng, and Ji Qingwu were all dumbfounded by Jiangli's space. However, they were all elites and instantly understood what was going on. They didn't ask any questions and just waited for the goods to be moved to the side. At this time, silence was better than words. In fact, in all fairness, a space of 1,000 square meters and 10 meters high could hold a lot of things, but it was still not enough for the goods piled up here. It seemed that the space had to continue to expand. Fortunately, every time they went through a wormhole, the space would expand a little. After Zhongli went back and forth to Earth a few more times, the space would also expand. In the future, the various magical effects of the Emperor's relic would appear again. Under Wang Rulai's command, countless robots swarmed in and carried the goods in an orderly manner. They did not stop until the entire space was full. In the end, these robots also stayed in the space. Zhongli slowly closed the space. Let's not delay any longer. Let's return to Earth now. Earth, the home of human beings. I haven't been back for a long time. Wang Rulai could not wait, and his eyes were full of longing. That was the home of all humans. Let's go. Let's go back to our hometown now. The 6 people left the mountain base together, took the battleship to the wormhole jump station of Starry Sky University, bought tickets, and waited for the space jump. Please accept the examination. On the platform of the wormhole jump, a group of people in white armor walked over and began the inspection. This was a process that students had to go through before leaving the Emperor planet. You are not allowed to bring any precious items, including your mecha and even your flying swords. This is the school's rule. Of course, you could take some small local specialties back. We're just doing a routine inspection. The inspector became polite when he saw that it was Wang Rulai. Okay, you can check it, Wang Rulai said. A huge laser beam shone down, illuminating all of them. A moment later, the AI reported, "Inspection complete. No prohibited items found. You may be allowed to pass." All right, let them through. The AI immediately began to transmit the data and record it. Every time a student went on a trip, there would be a record of their information. In the future, with proof, they would be able to conduct further investigations. This was the era of big data. Rumble. The huge jump battleship appeared, heading for Earth. Jiang Li and the others boarded the battleship, and the battleship closed. Then, with another tremor, a wormhole opened up, and countless spatial distortions appeared one after another. Every time a wormhole jumped, Jiang Li could feel the power of humanity's great technology. Even humans with a vitality of 3 digits couldn't use their physical bodies to jump. Even for those masters of the soul, they could reach the distant starry sky using the power of the soul. Material was material, and technology was technology. It was a completely different path from cultivation, a fork in the path of civilization evolution. Humans on Earth had embarked on a different path, on the path of evolution. The battleship began to jump violently. This time, Jiang Li felt the power of the wormhole continuously transmitted to the Grand Emperor's relic. It was the power of the vortex space when the wormhole formed. The Grand Emperor's relic loved to absorb the power of space-time distortion. Every time it absorbed it, the space would expand and become more stable, indestructible, and extremely stable. His divine will could even feel the expansion of the space, as if his cells were expanding. The space was originally 1,000 square meters and 10 meters tall, but as it slowly expanded, it gradually became 1,500 square meters and 15 meters tall. It had expanded by half, and the volume inside had increased by a lot. Moreover, some of the wormhole jump energy began to merge with Jiang Li's cells. The 5 flying swords in his flesh were kept into the space, afraid that they would be detected. But now, as Jiang Li's cells strengthened and merged with the space energy, the 5 flying swords once again turned into energy and merged with his flesh. Jiang Li's body flickered with a golden light. As the space of the Grand Emperor's relic expanded, his body cells also possessed the power of space. It actually created a neutralization effect with the flying swords, allowing them to better merge with his cells. When the flying sword's energy became his own energy and couldn't be detected, that was the state of sword body as one. At that time, his body would have an additional energy body like a reactor, and his entire life form would be completely different. It was just that he didn't know when he would reach this state. Just like that, Jiang Li and the 5 flying swords repeatedly tempered themselves in the wormhole jump. The body's bloodline and space energy combined with the flying swords, causing the flying swords to undergo changes. This was something that even the creator of the flying swords didn't expect. This was because the creator of the flying swords didn't have the ability to open wormholes. When the flying swords merged with space energy, it would produce a terrifying power. Of course, the current technology wasn't able to do this, and it was impossible to merge the power of space into the human body and the flying swords. This was already considered a space-folding technology. But now, the flying swords communicated with Jiang Li's body through the Grand Emperor's relic, undergoing the space tempering. Finally, the flying swords became smaller and smaller until they almost disappeared. They shuttled through Jiang Li's flesh without any obstruction, just like his blood. Jiang Li's blood also started to turn a faint golden color. He felt that his body really had the feeling of turning into a golden body. After an unknown period of time, the battleship fluctuated again. Jiang Li felt that the gravity around him was different, and his body was light, almost able to fly freely in the sky. We've finally reached Earth. Everyone couldn't wait to get out of the battleship. They saw the sea, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the red sun. It was a beautiful picture of their hometown. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Although the air on Earth had been purified, it was still far inferior to the air on the Emperor's star. However, Jiang Li could smell the familiar smell of his hometown. This smell intoxicated him. He leaped out of the battleship and glided in the sky. He used the strength of his body to control the airflow, and he was light and free. On the Emperor's star, he could glide easily even with 3 times the gravity, reaching a height of 20 to 30 meters. Now on Earth, he was even more relaxed. He was like a bird that could soar up to a height of 100 meters and glide down easily. This was without the speed of the flying swords in his body. Oh, my 5 flying swords. While Jiang Li was gliding, he suddenly felt that deep in his dantian, 5 golden energy spheres had appeared. Sword pellets. The 5 sword pellets condensed together and formed the 5-star alignment. Jiang Li felt that with a thought, the 5 sword pellets could fly out and turn into flying swords to kill enemies. Furthermore, the 5 sword pellets could also turn into huge spheres or swords to wrap around him and fly quickly. All right, Jiang Li, let's go back first. Don't glide here. Wang Rilai walked out of the battleship and called out to Jiang Li. Jiang Li turned back and landed. So, this is Earth, the mother planet of our human race. Ji Qingwu and Lei Zheng looked around with interest. Although the environment isn't good, there is indeed a familiar smell. It's the source of our bloodline. It's the soul of our ancestors. None of them were from Earth. They had grown up on another planet, but their bloodline was that of Earth. This was their home planet, and it had special emotions and powers. 200 years ago, the ancestors of humans had fought on it. After a while, a flying car arrived and landed. From it, a figure appeared. She had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, and a lithe figure. It was Jiang Li's former teacher, Chu Cixi. She looked at Jiang Li, then at Wang Rulai and the others in surprise. She smiled and said, Jiang Li, you're finally back. Get in the car. Let's go to the headquarters of the Red Emperor Group to have a look. They just built a framework. This is Mr. Kurong's nephew. Jiang Li quickly introduced them. You know Luohan and Serene. The other 2 are my seniors and also students of Star Sky University. Hello, my name is Lei Zheng. Ji Qingwu. Everyone greeted Chu Cixi and got in the car together. The car took everyone into the distance. After a while, they saw a group composed of 3 mountains and an island. Many large machines were being renovated and built, but they were all done manually. There were no robots. It seemed that the technology on Earth was at least 100 years behind that of Star Sky University. The flying car stopped on the crescent moon-shaped island. The island was also under construction, but the tallest tower had been built. It was emerald green and reflected the blue sea and sky. Is that Wang Rilai? As soon as everyone got out of the car, a voice came from a distance. Swish! Wang Rilai rushed over and knelt in front of a middle-aged man. Uncle, I didn't expect to see you again. I thought I would never see you again in this life. There were tears in his eyes, which were obviously tears of joy. This middle-aged man was Wang Changrong. Don't cry, don't cry. I've come out of the sea of bitterness, been transcended and become a bodhisattva. You should be happy. Wang Changrong touched Wang Rulai's hair. My name is Wang Changrong, but in fact, in this world, success, failure, and emptiness will always change. There is no such thing as eternal prosperity. One withering and one flourishing is the eternal truth. No, uncle, in my heart, you will always be the invincible god of war. In this world, there is no fixed number between permanence and impermanence. I think uncle can flourish and wither with a thought. Changing between flourishing and withering, changing between permanence and impermanence. This is the bodhisattva Mahasattva. Wang Rulai stood up. Ha ha ha. Wang Changrong smiled with relief. You are indeed a member of my Wang family. You have your own path and will never retreat. I am very pleased. In time, our Wang family will have another strong practitioner in the embryonic breathing realm. He will be an earth-shattering big shot. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Wang Changrong patted his nephew's back forcefully. You are indeed the blood of our Wang family. Our Wang family seed is always good. Even Jiangli was infected by this atmosphere and felt a lump in his throat. Jiangli, come here. Wang Changrong waved his hand. Jiangli dashed over with a whoosh. Old master, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look even younger. Wang Changrong had indeed become a middle-aged man, but there was a lingering aura of old age on his body. It was as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of life and was no longer afraid. His vitality had also reached 5. Moreover, it was still growing. Chongding's spiritual realm, as long as there were resources, could quickly grow to 10. This kind of person's spiritual realm was the bodhisattva of the 8 earthly realms. With the support of spiritual energy, he could instantly become a Buddha. Let's go in and talk. Wang Changrong waved his hand. This place is too conspicuous. Yes, uncle. Wang Rulai walked behind him. The few of them walked into the hall. The sea and sky were one color, and the surrounding sky was blue. You two are also students of Starry Sky University. Are you Lei Zheng and Ji Qingwu? The Lei family and the Ji family are not bad either. These years, they have some tricks up their sleeves. Both of you are very strong. Wang Changrong casually made small talk. Old mister, you flatter us. Lei Zheng and Ji Qingwu both knew that Wang Changrong was an important figure in the Wang family, so they couldn't help but be in awe. We also received the blessing of the Wang family's ancestor this time. Old mister, if you need anything, we will definitely do it for you. What? The Wang family's ancestor blessed us? Wang Changrong's expression changed slightly as he looked at Wang Rulai. Yes, the ancestor did bless us. Wang Rulai told them what had happened on the Emperor Starbase. I think the ancestor's blessing this time is obviously because of Jiangli. A storm is brewing. It seems like the old ancestor knows something. Wang Changrong turned to look at Jiangli and said thoughtfully, Jiangli is not an ordinary person. He received the fate of an alien cultivator. This is the cause, and there will be incredible karma in the future. Chapter 171. Let's not talk about this first. Uncle, I brought a lot of spirit stones this time, which can make up for the flaws in your cultivation. There are also some elixirs that can completely increase your vitality without any side effects. Wang Rulai's tone changed, and his eyes were filled with coldness. The reason why I came to Earth this time was to open up a market and transport goods, and also to deal with the Jiang family. When Uncle was captured, I'm afraid the Jiang family was behind it. If it wasn't for Jiang Nalan, how could the human government dare to come to our Wang family to capture people? That's right, Jiang Nalan is very powerful. The Jiang family relied on him to develop until now. He is a spirit master and a vision domain expert. Other than our Wang family's old ancestor, there hasn't been a second human who can reach the vision domain. Wang Changrong thought about it carefully and tapped his fingers on the table, as if he was grasping the difference in strength between the two sides. Once a vision domain expert appears in the family, it represents glory, greatness, and immortality. There are only a few human spirit masters, and the Jiang family has one. So, the Jiang family is very terrifying and has great potential for future development. However, he shouldn't have gone against our Wang family. Wang Rilai's tone was very fierce. It was obvious that he had a lot of resentment towards the Jiang family. He thought that our old ancestor, Wang Chao, would never come back or had fallen. Wang Changrong's heart was clear as he slowly said, "After all, Jiang Nailan is still active in the high-level politics of humanity. He is a vice president with great power and can provide more convenience for the Jiang family. Fortunately, the battlefield in the cultivation world has attracted his attention, so he is under a lot of pressure. Otherwise, when he returns to human society, who knows how big the Jiang family will become? Uncle, it's more important for you to increase your strength now. Brother Zhongli, I'll have to trouble you to take out the wood, metal, earth, wind, fire, lightning, and water attributed spirit stones from the space. I specially prepared them for Uncle." Wang Rilai's tone was full of regret. Although Uncle is in the stable state, it's a pity that his vitality is too weak. The spirit stones I brought this time are specially used to replenish the 5 elemental energies. There's also a 5 energy convergence pill that I bought for 3 billion spirit stones. It's also specially prepared for Uncle. This pill was refined by an expert alchemist from the cultivation world. 5 Cheese Unification Pill. Wang Changrong was also slightly moved. This pill is amazing. It's a cultivation method. A person in the embryonic breathing realm had to gather the 5 Qis of the void, use countless medicinal herbs, and use their own flaming blood spirit to refine for at least 60 years before they could refine one cauldron. One cauldron could refine, at most, 5 pills. Our human science and technology are unable to analyze the components, and we are unable to mass-produce them. I'm just an old man. Why would I need to eat such good medicine? Uncle, you're only 60 years old now. How old are you? Wang Rilai retorted and took a box from Jiangli. This box was made of metal, and there were many strange patterns on its surface that could seal energy and prevent it from leaking. Wang Rilai pressed a button on it. After a while, the box slowly opened. There were 7 spirit stones and a pill inside. These items were all priceless, and even Jiangli was very envious of them. These were all good items that couldn't be bought with spirit stones. Even if one occasionally appeared, it would be fought over by people, and its value would soar countless times in the auction. At that moment, a fragrance filled the air from the box. When Jiangli smelled it, he felt relaxed and happy. There seemed to be a clear qi rising from his internal organs and condensing into the shape of a baby. This kind of medicine is simply nature-defying. He was shocked as he looked at the pill in the box. The aroma came from the pill. It was the legendary 5 Qis gathering pill that only cultivators could refine. It had 5 colors and was somewhat similar to the exquisite flower. The 5 energy convergence pill originally had the 5-colored exquisite flower as a medicinal herb. Of course, there were many other precious medicinal herbs, which were rare treasures in the world. This pill was colorful and the size of a longan. Its whole body emitted a colorful light and fragrance. As soon as people smelled the fragrance, they would feel comfortable all over, and their blood and veins would become soft, like a dragon soaring in the clouds. This was a medicine that modern technology could not produce because it contained the spirit and soul of a cultivator. Cultivators cultivated day and night, and their blood, soul, and spirit were integrated into the depths of the elixir, causing the elixir to contain a strange energy, which was spirituality. Modern technology couldn't simulate this spirituality. Even if the same materials were used to make pills with the same structure, the effect would not be as good as 1/10,000th of this pill. This was also a problem that modern technology couldn't solve, and this problem involved the soul grafting technology. Of course, scientists were working hard to solve this problem. Good pill, good pill. Wang Changrong grabbed it, and the pill flew into his hand. This was also a kind of airflow manipulation. He carefully observed it and didn't eat it. Suddenly, he raised his head and handed the pill to Jiangli, saying, "Jiangli, take this pill." "Me?" Jiangli was shocked and waved his hand. "Old man, this thing is too precious. I don't dare to accept it." It's more important for you to increase your life force. I have enough life force now, so why should I take this pill? Since the Wang family's ancestor appeared because of you, it means that there must be a reason. The stronger you are, the better. Wang Changrong's wisdom was like a torch, and his tone was slow. The 5 energies gathering pill can nourish one's life force potential. I can already see that there are 5 extremely strong energies in your body, which are the flying swords. However, the flying swords themselves have too much gold qi, which kills cells, and it's very difficult to fuse with the blood. After you take the 5 energies gathering pill, you can fuse the 5 swords into one. Although you still can't fuse the swords into one, your combat power and life force potential will be greatly increased. Old man is so considerate of me. It really makes me feel ashamed. Zhongli said with a resolute expression, but I definitely won't take this pill. I've already received a lot of kindness from old man. Although we've helped each other, and there's no need to thank me with words, I'm afraid that if you ask me to accept more, I'm afraid my heart will retreat. Fine, fine. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force it. When Wang Changrong saw that Zhongli was using the spirit retreat to convince him, he gave up and took the pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, a 5-colored light appeared on his body, and a halo appeared behind him. Large amounts of 5 energies emerged from his body, gathering without dispersing, gathering above his head to form the shape of a baby. 5 energies gathering pill. The 5 energies fused with his 5 viscera and 6 bowels from the inside out, gradually improving his body's potential. Spirit stones come. Subsequently, Wang Changrong waved his hand again, and the airflow pulled 7 spirit stones with attributes into his hand. He swallowed them one by one, and suddenly his body flashed with lightning and thunder, wind and fire roared, and strange phenomena appeared everywhere. His body was calcined in the wind and fire, tempered in the thunder and lightning, and nourished by the spirit stones of the metal, earth, wood, and water attributes. Zhongli seemed to see that many impurities in Wang Changrong's body were evaporated, and the cells of his body were wriggling. His whole body began to regain youthful vitality, and his vitality showed a parabolic increase. Originally, Wang Changrong's vitality was 5, but after a while, increased to 5. 5, then 6, then 7, and finally 8 before slowly stabilizing. Wang Rilai looked at the software on the chip that tested vitality and was overjoyed. In the end, all the energy was absorbed into Wang Changrong's body. In this short period of time, he looked at least 20 years younger, and his vitality had also increased to 8. He could completely tear apart a mecha with his bare hands. Moreover, his brain cells were at least several times stronger, so the number of people in range of hypnosis would definitely be larger. Congratulations, Uncle, your vitality has increased to 8. However, there is still some energy that hasn't been refined. After a long period of recuperation, it will definitely increase to double digits within a month. Wang Rulai closed the software, his joy evident on his face. This is a miracle. His vitality has increased by 3 in such a short period of time. It's not easy for us to increase it by 0. 1. Ji Qingwu was extremely shocked and couldn't believe it. Luohan and Serene were also dumbfounded. Only Lei Zheng and Zhongli were relatively calm. As long as the spiritual realm is there, everything will come naturally. Wang Changrong waved his hand. The most important thing is the spiritual realm. If the spiritual realm is not there, no matter how many resources the body obtains, it will be useless. Once the spiritual realm is there, as long as there are enough resources, it is not impossible to become a Buddha immediately. Zhongli naturally understood this. Brother Wang, let's count the goods. Immediately, he moved out many goods and robots from the space and piled them up in the warehouse, ready to sell. Some of the resources were not prohibited items, such as precious wood and metals, which could be traded through the company and auctioned through the human government's tax system. With so many robots, the construction of the island would also speed up. You guys discuss how to wipe out the black market. I'll go see my parents first. Zhongli said and couldn't wait to go home. Of course, his family has now moved. They no longer live in Star City, but under this island. He rushed downstairs and saw his mother in the living room. His father, Jiang Jindong, was adjusting the equipment in a huge laboratory. Beside him, there were many researchers, all of them busy nervously. "My good son, you are finally back." His mother smiled. As soon as she saw Jiangli, she pulled him up and down to see if he had lost weight or if he had any injuries. When she saw that Jiangli was tall and strong, and there was nothing wrong with him, she felt relieved and began to ask about life at Star University and how the various training was. Jiangli hurriedly made up a lie. This was a white lie. If he told his mother that he was cut in half at the waist, beheaded, and killed Jiang Tianhe, wouldn't she be scared to death? At home, she was in a constant state of anxiety, worried to death. "Ollie, have you finished discussing with Mr. Coron? Your father is studying the production process of the sun and moon essence and familiarizing himself with the program. Your sister is in school and is now studying in the best high school in Jinghua City. She can't find time to come home, but you can find a chance to visit her. Unfortunately, there is still no news of Tao. Instead, the military has sent a message every few days saying that he is safe and sound." "Well, I see. I'll go see my father." Jiang Li and his mother talked for a while and walked into the huge laboratory. The laboratory was separated by a few feet of anti-radiation glass. It was more than 100,000 square meters. This kind of construction can't even be broken by small missiles. As soon as Jiang Li entered the laboratory, he saw his father analyzing all kinds of data. The optical computer was calculating some extremely advanced equations. Even he could only understand a small part of it. He looked at his father carefully and realized that his father had become younger. It seemed like he had been taking good care of himself. He was energetic, his mind was active, and his vitality had reached 0.9. It seemed like Wang Changrong would take care of his father's body sometimes. "Dad, I'm back." "Got it. Go and do what you need to do. I'm busy here. We'll talk later." Jiang Jindong raised his head and looked at his son. He then buried his head in analyzing the data. "Why is there a problem with this set of data? Someone, Shaoli, come here. You're the one who researched this set of data. Take a look. What are you researching?" A researcher hurried over and was scolded by Jiang Jindong. After scolding for a while, Jiang Jindong turned around and said to another researcher, "The reaction of this drug is not the same as the human body's hormones. It seems like we need to conduct clinical trials." Jiang Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that his father had entered the state of a mad scientist. Chapter 172. Jiang Li didn't disturb his father's scientific research anymore and quietly left the laboratory. He was very pleased. He could tell that this was the life his father wanted. He would only live happily if he could conduct scientific research nonstop. Everyone had their own pursuits, and their definition of happiness was different. "Mom, is Dad okay with his crazy work?" Back in the living room, Jiang Li began to chat with his mother again. "Don't worry, your father is happy. He wants to do scientific research every day. He has been suppressing it for 20 years, but I have never seen him so happy. The busier he is, the happier he is. After all, his wish has been realized. Your father was born to do research. He is a great scientist." His mother also had a happy expression on her face. "Your father is very happy now. Don't worry. All you have to do is protect this happiness. Happiness doesn't need money or material things, but to be able to do what you like. That is enough. Happiness is when one's dream can be realized in the material world." Jiang Li looked at his father's back as he hurried about. Suddenly, he understood something. At this moment, his father was happy. Everyone has their dream. When their dream can be realized in the material world, that is called happiness. Jiang Li thought of his father's state just now and muttered to himself, "A poor man wants to eat his fill. When he is really full, his dream will be realized, and that is happiness. A man pursues his beloved goddess. At that moment, he is also happy. Therefore, the smaller the wish, the easier it is to realize it in the material world. They are more likely to feel happiness. As for the big shots, their dreams and wishes are too big and not easy to realize. Perhaps in the depths of their hearts, they don't have the happiness of the small people." A person had a wish. This wish was realized in the material world. That was happiness, satisfaction, spiritual joy, and understanding. But what if a person had no desire? What would his mental state be like? No desire, great peace, great happiness. When you have no desire, you don't need to realize it in the material world. Your spirit will always be in happiness, eternity, and happiness. What kind of realm is this? Zhongli was both enlightened and confused. In a daze, he seemed to have grasped a key point of spiritual cultivation. He was just a paper-thin gap away from breaking through, but he just couldn't. It was so uncomfortable to hang it in his heart like this. Wish, the physical realm, come true, happiness. Maintain the feeling of happiness at all times. Zhongli knew that as long as he broke through this layer of paper, his spiritual cultivation would rise to a new level. He might even be able to advance to the state of constant tranquility, the bodhisattva of the 8 earthly realms, never retreating. Right now, his brain cells were very powerful. His spirit was at great calm, far surpassing other experts at great calm. He could even fight against 6 experts at the same level as him and completely defeat them. However, he was still unable to comprehend constant calm. Chongding was a threshold. After crossing this threshold, one would become a big shot. Even in Starry Sky University, if you can comprehend eternal stability, your status will be completely different. You can even leave the identity of a student and become a mentor to teach students. That was because Chongding's realm was one where his heart would never regress. He was still a powerful figure, and his cultivation did not regress at all. It was simply too terrifying. Many experts, when they encountered sad events or had their Tao heart broken, they would never be able to recover. But Chongding was different. No matter how many times he failed, he could always make a comeback. Failure was not scary. What was scary was losing confidence because of failure. Chongding's people were not afraid of failure. Any organization or the government would prioritize recruiting such people. Of course, this realm was very difficult. It belonged to the bodhisattva path. How could it be so easy to become a bodhisattva? Although Zhongli had all kinds of fortuitous encounters, he was still far from Chongding. But he would often have new insights, which was also a good thing. I'm going to school to see my sister, Zhongli said to his mother, and left the building. He drove his flying car away from the island and headed to Jinghua High School. He wanted to see how much vitality his sister had. He hoped that his sister could also enter Starry Sky University. That way, there would be another pillar of support for the family. Woo woo woo. The flying car stopped outside Jinghua High School and began to land. Zhongli had to stop because a warning sign appeared in the air. It showed that Jinghua High School's airspace. No flying objects were allowed to pass through or fly in the airspace. It's really impressive. Even the airspace is blocked. Zhongli could only stop the car. Seeing that many people also flew here, he began to slowly land. He couldn't exceed the airspace. Below was a large parking lot. Zhongli parked the car and walked to the school gate. He saw regular police wearing mechas, standing guard. Strict screening. Ordinary people simply can't enter the school. This is more strict than Xinghua High School. At least in Xinghua High School, flying cars can fly into the school at will. Because there are very few flying cars in Xinghua City, even fewer people are qualified to drive them. Stop, who are you? You have to apply to enter the school first. A policeman came over and began to question Zhongli, making the whole high school seem like a military-restricted area. In fact, this Jinghua High School is even more strict than a military-restricted area. Even universities can't compare, because this high school is the hope of all Asians on Earth. Every year, there will be several Starry Sky University students. We're college students on Earth. There is no hope of entering Starry Sky University. Therefore, high school is the most important. I'm looking for my sister. Zhongli took out the chip and obediently accepted the interrogation. When the policeman saw that Zhongli's chip turned out to be golden, he was so surprised that he quickly took it with both hands and then swiped the optical computer. The first line was Starry Sky University student, Zhongli, all kinds of information, top secret. Zhongli? He seemed to have heard of Zhongli. He was so surprised that he even stuttered a little. He quickly and respectfully returned the chip to Jiangli. I'm sorry, please come in, but I hope you don't cause a sensation. Don't worry, my sister is studying here. I'm just here to see her. Jiangli nodded, naturally having the temperament of a big shot. This is because he has been in contact with too many big shots. Unknowingly, he has become a high-ranking member of human society. Even he himself didn't notice these changes. The policeman quickly let him in. Jiangli walked into the campus. He was 9 meters tall, which was average among the students, so he didn't attract much attention. The students of Jinghua High School were the cream of the crop. The campus was huge, and students of both genders gathered in groups of 3 to 5, brimming with youth and passion. Jiangli sent an email to his sister, Jiang Xian. After a while, he heard his sister's surprised voice. Brother, you're here? That's great. I'm still in class. There's still an hour before class ends. Come wait for me outside the classroom on the 30th floor of Building 9. No problem. Jiangli wanted to see how Jinghua High School taught the heart and soul class. He quickly took the campus light rail to Building 9 and then took the elevator to the 30th floor. There, he saw a huge classroom that could accommodate tens of thousands of students. All the students were wearing white school uniforms, sitting barefoot on a blanket, doing spiritual training. The teacher was lecturing on the podium. The teacher was a man in his 40s. Today's class is on the path of prajna. Prajna means wisdom. The pronunciation of the word comes from ancient Sanskrit. It's not pronounced ban-ruo. It's pronounced bo-ri. Remember, languages and incantations have unimaginable power. The vibration of the sound can shake the soul. Human scholars have specialized in the study of sound and have come up with a set of prajna mantras that can shake the soul. Today, we'll practice it. The teacher was lecturing on a class that used incantations to cleanse the soul. Teacher, I have a question. A girl raised her hand. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. It was his sister, Jiang Xian, who had raised the question. Oh, Jiang Xian, what question do you have? The teacher nodded kindly. The Diamond Sutra says that all forms are fabricated. Buddha says that using sound to seek help from me is evil, and one cannot see the Buddha. That's why I feel that no matter if it's ban, ruo, or bo, ri, it's a crooked path to force too much on the pronunciation. Jiang Xian raised a question. Sixth Patriarch Huaining doesn't even know how to read, but he is proficient in all kinds of doctrines. He said that the profound doctrines of Buddhism have nothing to do with words. I feel that the path of prajna lies in the heart and has nothing to do with pronunciation. Not bad, not bad. The teacher smiled happily. You've actually comprehended to this level. It's beyond my expectations. However, if one's realm was high, they would be able to prove prajna with their heart. The other students wouldn't be able to do so. They had to first use pronunciation to cleanse their hearts before they would understand that pronunciation was a burden. For example, if you wanted to cross a river, you had to use a boat. After crossing the river, you could abandon the boat, but those who hadn't crossed the river could never abandon the boat. Otherwise, they would encounter a disaster and all sorts of calamities. Good and bad, good and evil, all kinds of voices are in the world. If you understand that all things are void, you can abandon them. If you don't, you must follow the right path. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Jiang Xian sat down cross-legged. Her expression was calm, and there were no more doubts. When Jiang Li heard this course, he also nodded secretly. He didn't learn the prajna mantra in high school. It was a profound language mantra, integrated with the heart and shook the soul. He didn't expect that Jinghua High School had this kind of course. No wonder the number of students admitted to Starry Sky University was the first in 36 cities. However, these mantras were no longer useful to Jiang Li. His cultivation was beyond the mantra, and he was purely using his heart to confirm the realm of the heavenly heart. An hour passed quickly, and the bell rang. The teacher of the spiritual class also left, and many students left the classroom one after another. Brother, Jiang Xian saw Jiang Li at a glance, and quickly rushed over, hugged her brother, and kissed him on the cheek. She was now more than 8 meters tall, extremely tall, and was a real beauty. After becoming the apprentice of Wang Chongrong, she was cultivated with great efforts and became the goddess of Xinghua High School with many suitors. Sister, your vitality is not bad. If I'm not wrong, it should be 1.5. You're only a freshman in high school, but you can already compete with some of the best in the third year. Jiang Li's eyes swept over and immediately saw Jiang Xian's vitality wave after wave, like a long river, exuberant and endless. Hey, your sister is amazing, isn't she? Brother, let's go to the school lounge first to talk. There are too many people here. Jiang Xian grabbed Jiang Li's hand and began to lead the way. I want to hear what Starry Sky University is like. Jiang Xian and Jiang Li's intimate state fell into the eyes of many students. Oh, my God, why is the goddess Jiang Xian so intimate with this man? A student seemed to have suffered a painful blow. Chapter 173. When Jiang Li heard the male student's words, he burst into laughter and teased. Little sister, you're very popular now, the school's goddess? An influential figure? Of course, your little sister is smart and cute. The number of people chasing after me can line up from here to Starry Sky University. Jiang Xian proudly boasted and intimately held onto Jiang Li's arm. When she spoke happily, she even rubbed her face against his shoulder, as if she was acting coquettishly towards her older brother. This attracted the attention of the students passing by. Jiang Li walked through the school grounds. Although he seemed to be around the same age, his temperament was completely different from the youthful high school students. His body naturally carried a kind of outstanding temperament, indifferent, calm, and steady. It was a temperament tempered by life and death situations. The students were obviously very interested in the relationship between Jiang Li and Jiang Xian. One after another turned their heads to look, full of speculation. Big brother, quickly tell me about the environment of Starry Sky University. What have you experienced during this time? Jiang Xian didn't seem to care about other people's views and opinions, doing things her own way, very indifferent. The brother and sister chatted and laughed as they walked towards the leisure hall. The comfortable and gorgeous leisure hall. Soothing music surrounded the surroundings. The tables and chairs were made of precious wood, the fragrance assailing the nose. A little girl student brought over 2 cups of tea. The tea was fragrant, the smoke lingering, and there was a faint spiritual energy emitting from it. It was spirit tea, very expensive, although it couldn't compare to the various teas of Starry Sky University. It was simply a treasure for the people of Earth. This was the school's special tea. Relaxing here can soothe one's spirit and relieve fatigue. Jinghua High School specially prepared a leisure hall to let the students in a state of tension completely relax. Of course, resting here costs money. The price is not cheap, a few $100 an hour. The cost of the tea is extra. Gusts of breeze swirled in the hall, bringing with them a fragrance, as if caressing the human body, even blowing into the acupuncture points of the human body, making people feel as if they were walking on clouds. This is a kind of chi massage. The breeze, the fragrance, all emitted by special machines and spices and controlled by the energy optical computer, specially massaging the various acupuncture points of the human body. Even Jiang Li nodded to himself. As an ordinary area, it was already very good to have such a leisure place. Brother, you must be enjoying your time in Starry Sky University. Do you think this place is very unsophisticated? Jiang Xian was very curious, her face full of expectation. I really want to take the exam in advance and quickly enter Starry Sky University. Now all the teachers in the school say that I am qualified to take the exam. Please don't. Take your time to accumulate. Don't do it in one go. Jiang Li immediately stopped him. He remembered the danger he faced when he applied for the Starry Sky University. Even with the great emperor's relic, he almost died. He was almost eaten several times on Rakshasa's star, and many students died because of it. Jiang Xian's current vitality was only 1.5. Although it was considered very strong on Earth, it was still not enough to protect herself. In particular, Starry Sky University's exams are getting stricter and crueler every year, and the elimination rate is also getting higher. You need at least 2 vitality to take the test, understand? Jiang Li's tone became strict. And you also need a few trump cards, otherwise I will absolutely not allow you to take the exam. You are only in the first year of high school. You have a lot of time to train and study. Got it, I will. Jiang Xian curled her lips, not daring to disobey. You have already meditated and have your own ideas. It's useless for me to say these words to you. Jiang Li looked around and found that the students who came here to relax were all very strong. All of them had vitality of 1 and above, and the average quality was higher than the batch of students who took the exam in Beijing. At that time, there were experts like Yu Muhua and the others in Beijing, but only Jiang Lu had reached 2 vitality, and it was forcibly increased by genetic potions. Brother, there are a lot of experts in the 3rd year of high school now, and some of them even have vitality of 2. They are much stronger than the previous batch. The students now are advancing by leaps and bounds, and each batch is stronger than the previous one. Jiang Xian introduced the situation of her school to Jiang Li. This is to be expected. In the era of mom and dad, a vitality of 1 was already the highest a high school student could achieve. Now, although 1 is also a big shot, it is not as valued as before. Jiang Li knew that humans were constantly improving and developing, and with every passing year, the average quality would greatly improve. His eyes looked through the cultivation room, and it was as if he could see the seething luck in the unseen world. That's right, it was luck. The luck of all of Beijing High School, the luck of all of Beijing, and even the luck of the entire human race seemed to be visible. Prosperity was rising day by day, flowers were blooming, and oil was being added to the fire. Luck was illusory, but it really existed. In ancient times, brilliant Taoists could see the luck of the entire dynasty, and thus judge the rise and fall of the dynasty. What exactly was luck? It was the people's hearts, resources, and a force that gathered people together and changed the future in the unseen world. This force was more difficult to understand than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it was not even hidden in the 2nd dimension, but hidden in a deeper dimension. With Jiang Li's current cultivation, he could not see it all. However, after a moment of comprehension, he gradually felt the essence of this illusory thing. It was rumored that the SS-ranked martial arts of humans did not absorb spiritual energy, but from a deeper dimension, absorbing destiny and condensing it into an invincible force. What kind of realm was this martial art? Brother, what are you thinking about? Jiang Xian saw that Jiang Li was in a daze and said with a smirk, "Which beauty are you staring at? By the way, how is your development with the 2 beauties, Luohan and Serene? Do you want me to introduce you to other beauties? There are a lot of little beauties in our school, hee. You don't study all day, and what nonsense are you thinking about?" Jiang Li came to his senses and scolded with a smile. "Also, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to date. You're still young, and you should focus on your studies. I don't even have time for this now, let alone you. If you have a boyfriend, don't blame me for breaking you up." "I don't." Jiang Xian rolled her eyes. "I don't like these superficial boys." "That's good." Jiang Li took a sip of spirit tea and found that this tea was indeed grown on a planet full of spiritual energy. In the depths of the tea leaves, there was a subtle trace of imperceptible spiritual energy that could be integrated into the body. Of course, compared to the authentic spirit stones, it was still worlds apart. "Sister, here are a few spirit stones. Keep them well. I brought them from Starry Sky University." Jiang Li took out a small bag and threw it to Jiang Xian. "Spirit stones?" Jiang Xian's breathing stagnated. She reached out to open it, but then stopped, looked around, and put away the bag. Although spirit stones were not forbidden in human society, they were very rare. 1 gram cost 10 million star dollars, and without a strong relationship, it was impossible to buy them. "Hey, Xian, who is this? It's not easy. You actually made an exception to sit together with a boy." Suddenly, a girl's voice came. A tall and slender girl slowly walked over. This girl was 9 meters tall and had a well-proportioned figure. Her hair was neither too long nor too short. She wore a short school skirt and snow-white running shoes, and her legs were smooth and delicate. The moment she appeared, she dazzled the eyes of everyone in the lounge. "It's Senior Dai. Jiang Xian hurriedly stood up. Why do you have time to relax today? Thank you for helping me get rid of that annoying boy last time. He's so troublesome. Those boys are like flies buzzing around you all day. So annoying. That's a small matter. Senior Dai walked forward and looked at Jiang Li discreetly. I'm Jiang Xian's friend. I'm studying at a university in another city. I just happened to come back and have something to do, so I came to see Jiang Xian. Jiang Li stood up and politely extended his hand. He did not want to expose his identity to avoid causing a commotion. Dyer also extended her hand to shake Jiang Li's. Ah, so you're a university senior. You can call me Dyer. How should I address you? Wang Li. Jiang Li slightly concealed his name and greeted. Junior Dai is a senior in high school, right? Take good care of Jiang Xian in the future. As they shook hands, he could feel Dai-er's strong vitality. It should be 8-2. This kind of person was very, very strong. Senior Dai is one of the most influential people in our school. Jiang Xian hurriedly introduced. She has a 100% chance of getting into Star University. Xian, don't talk nonsense. Dai hurriedly waved her hand. Her aura was extraordinary, and she inadvertently gave off an air of arrogance. Star University's exams are getting stricter every year. Last year, several of our school's top students died, including Yu Muhua and Jiang Lu. Who knows what exam it will be this year? Yu Muhua and Jiang Lu were actually killed by Jiang Li, but the people outside did not know and thought they died in the trial. Senior Dai have a seat. Jiang Xian gave her a seat. After Dai sat down, she looked at Jiang Li again. During the handshake just now, she felt that Jiang Li had an unfathomable aura. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. With her ability, she was above many ordinary people and was one of the best in human society. Even if she didn't apply to Starry Sky University, she could directly enter a government agency or hold a military rank in the army without going to university. Other than Star University, she didn't even care about ordinary university students. Xian, I heard that you're on a date with a man, so I came here to see who is so outstanding that he can win your favor. Dyer said, It's not a date. He's my best friend, not my boyfriend. Jiang Xian smiled mischievously. But every time Sister Dai comes to see me, it must be something good. Is it training? Yes, there's training. Our circle is discussing going to the black market. On one hand, we can gain experience, and on the other hand, we can participate in an auction to see if there are any good things there. Dai asked the waitress to serve a cup of spirit tea and casually took out a piece of star yuan, which was a tip of 50 star yuan, and gave it to the waitress. The waitress immediately bowed. Thank you, Senior Dai Thank you. These waitresses were also students, and they were doing part-time jobs at the university. 50 star yuan was equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. It was not a small amount, but Dyer gave it to the waitress as a tip. Going to the black market? There are no laws there, and human lives are treated like grass. Jiang Xian subconsciously glanced at her brother and hesitated. It's very dangerous. If it's not dangerous, how can we gain experience? Star University's exam is even more dangerous. They didn't seem worried at all. With our skills, we don't have to be afraid of the black market. If you don't have the guts, then you don't have to take the exam. I have already contacted a few good companions, and it's a good experience. We're going now. Your vitality is already one of the best in the university. Let's go together. You're right. I'll go too. Jiang Xian was moved. I also want to see what the black market looks like. Be prepared to kill. Dyer's tone suddenly turned cold. Xian, you haven't killed anyone yet, right? No. Jiang Xian felt a chill run down her spine. You will definitely have to kill people in the black market. This is also a psychological barrier. After you break through it, you will become more powerful. Dai stood up and said to Jiang Li, I'm sorry, Xian, and I have to go for training. Let's talk later. Earth's black market is a good place. There are no laws. I also want to see it. Jiang Li smiled. Let's go together. Chapter 174. Together? You want to go to the black market with us? Daphne looked at Jiang Li confusedly. Hearing this, Jiang Xian jumped up and clapped her hands. Great, great. Let's go together. Okay. Daphne nodded. Let's go to the training room and get ready. Zhongli didn't say anything, silently following behind her. His little sister wanted to go to the black market, so he naturally had to protect her at all times to prevent any problems from occurring. The current situation of the black market was very complicated. Many major powers had entered it, and the Jiang family had once again taken control of the black market. Their influence was growing, and the sales of the Sun Moon essence were increasing. Money was simply rolling in like water. He came back this time to defeat the Jiang family, so that his Red Emperor group could control the black market and make a lot of money. It was better to go to the black market with this opportunity. In the training room, a few young men and women were getting ready. Each of them had a powerful aura. Xian Xian is here? A tall male student saw Jiang Xian, and his eyes brightened. My name is Jiang Xian. Who is Xian Xian? Jiang Xian snorted. This tall male student had an imposing appearance. He was tall and sturdy, giving off a domineering aura. There was also confidence between his brows. It was obvious that he had never failed since he was young. His family environment was excellent. Who is he? The tall male student saw Jiangli next to Jiang Xian. His face turned extremely cold. There was even a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Huh? Jiangli had a whole new level of respect for this male student. He had killed people before, and his mind was filled with the smell of blood. He was not an ordinary person. Okay, this is Jiang Xian's friend. He will go to the black market with us. Daphne snapped her fingers. Him? I don't think he is a student of our school. The tall male student's expression changed. This is a secret operation. It's not good to let an outsider get involved. Emo-chun, what does this have to do with you? Jiang Xian had a sharp tongue. What secret operation? You can go alone. I will go with Daphne. Daphne, it's not good to call an outsider, another male student said quietly. This male student was mature and polite. He looked like a senior manager of a company. However, his eyes occasionally showed that he was not an ordinary person. Nonsense. A girl raised her head and looked up and down at Jiangli. She smiled and said, since you're Xuanchuan's friend, of course you can join us. Even Sister Dyer said it's okay, so why are you objecting, Zhao Xiao? The girl walked over and extended her hand to Jiangli. Hello, I'm Hanyan. Wang Li. Jiangli shook her hand politely. He had a good impression of this girl. Pretend I didn't say anything. Zhao Xiao was mature and steady. Silence is golden. On the other hand, the tall boy named Emo-chan seemed to be very uncomfortable, but he no longer objected. Is everyone ready? Let's go when you're ready. Daphne put on her sportswear jacket. She waved at everyone and started to leave the school. Jiangli guessed that there were 5 people in this team, 3 women and 2 men. Jiang Xian, Daphne, Han Yun, Emo-chun, Zhao Xiao. Of course, there was also himself, so there were 3 men and 3 women. On the train heading towards the black market of Suhua City. Xian Xian, the black market is very dangerous. Let me protect you. Emo-chan squeezed his way through the crowd on the train. There are all kinds of people on the train. However, they were on a train, and every carriage was strictly checked by soldiers. It was still within the scope of the law. Once they got off the train, it would be hard to say. I said, don't call me Xian Xian. Besides, I have people protecting me. Jiang Xian moved and hid behind Jiang Li. At this time, Emo-chun had already walked over. He leaned against Jiang Li and transmitted his voice into Jiang Li's ears. Kid, who are you? I'm warning you. You won't have a good ending if you try to steal Xian Xian from me. You're too impatient. You have a bad personality. I won't let you pursue Jiang Xian no matter what. From now on, you better not harass her. Jiang Li smiled. As her brother, he could tell that Emo-chun wasn't reliable at first glance. Oh, you're very arrogant. Emo-chun was stunned. Then he laughed sinisterly. Funny, this is too funny. You actually dare to threaten me. When we get to the black market, just don't be scared. Good luck. I'll say it again. Don't harass Jiang Xian again. Jiang Li's tone was light. Very good. Emo-chan said these 2 words and turned around, as if he was swallowing his anger. However, Jiang Li knew that he would definitely make things difficult for him when they arrived at the black market. Ding dong. A bell rang, followed by a broadcast. We have arrived at our destination, Suhua City. All passengers and friends, please get ready to get off the train. There is radiation in Suhua City. Please prepare anti-radiation medicine. There is no law in Suhua City. Please pay attention to your personal safety. At the same time, I hope you could turn back. Don't get off the train and continue to take this train back. The broadcast was played over and over again. It was a warning to all passengers, hoping that they could turn back. Every year, the death rate of passengers who came to Suhua City was very high. However, the number of passengers who came to Suhua City did not decrease. Instead, it increased, causing the entire black market to expand. If it wasn't for the fact that the human government tried its best to reduce the space of the black market, the scope of the entire black market would probably expand. Let's get off the train. We have arrived at the black market. Everyone, be careful. Keep your spirits up. Daphne got off the train without hesitation. She seemed to be very familiar with the black market. She didn't speak a word on the train. She just watched the conversation between Mo-chun and Jiangli coldly. She didn't stop them. It seemed that she wanted to see how strong the two were. The black market has changed a lot. Many abandoned buildings have begun to be renovated. The lights are bright, and the music is everywhere. Jiangli returned to the familiar black market. However, the scene in front of him was a little strange. 6. This is the first time you have come to the black market, right? Are you students? The black market is very dangerous. However, we have very good bodyguards here. As long as you pay, we can protect you. 3 men and 3 women got off the train. In the crowded train station, more than 10 big men immediately surrounded them. The big man at the front was full of enthusiasm, but his triangular eyes were flashing coldly. When he saw these 3 young people, he thought that they were students who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This kind of student was a big fat sheep that could be slaughtered. Every year, many students from schools on Earth wanted to see the black market. Many of them went missing or were killed. In the eyes of ignorant students, the black market was dangerous and exciting. It had become a tourist attraction. Even people from other planets wanted to come to Earth's Suhua City to have a look at the lawless black market. This was because there was no such black market on the outer planet. Every city had strict laws, order, and rules. Under the restriction of the law, many young people were rebellious. They all wanted to go to a place outside the law. Little girl, I will protect you. Come with us. The big man at the front saw Daphne. His eyes suddenly turned evil. He actually came up to her. You are courting death. Suddenly, Mo-chun attacked. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. It was the dragon claw capture. It was a fierce move. Like a tornado, a fire dragon spitting pearls. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of swords and knives cutting each other. Crack! The big man's arms were broken. Then, Mo-chun stretched his arms. Puchi! Puchi! The 10 big men all screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed from their eyes. They groaned in pain. Their eyeballs had been dug out by Mo-chun. Fierce and fierce, Mo-chun's attack showed his strength and methods. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon spitting pearls flashed. He had actually attacked more than 10 times. Let's go. These scum are blind. Let's teach them a lesson. Seeing the eyeballs and blood on the ground, Mo-chun's expression didn't change. He took out a white towel and wiped his hands. He casually threw it on the ground and looked at Jiangli. In his opinion, Jiangli must be scared out of his wits. However, he was disappointed. Jiangli's expression was calm and his tone was cold. Let's hurry up and leave. It's not good to be in the limelight like this. Many people are watching us. These 10 or so burly men are members of an organization. If we dig out their eyeballs like this, their organization will definitely not let this go. Organization? Mo-chun smiled. What's an organization? We are strong enough to wipe out the gangs here. If this gang comes for revenge, we will destroy them all. Then, their property will belong to us. 2 birds with 1 stone. We can hypnotize these big men. There's no need to make such a big scene. Jiangli was still calm. Let's go. Daphne saw many people looking at them. Although the black market was lawless, it was too arrogant to dig out the eyeballs of more than 10 people. It caused a stir. It was not a good thing to attract attention in the black market. The 6 of them left the train station, leaving the 10 big men moaning in pain behind. Half an hour later, a group of people rushed into the station. They pulled the big men into a flying car and took them away. Their gang members had noticed something was wrong and reported it to the headquarters. TSK, those 3 men and 3 women are so cruel. They're still students, right? They just dug out people's eyeballs. They are cruel, but they're also brainless. In the black market, there are people who are crueler than you. Some people were discussing secretly. Some even started to stare at Daphne's group. Jiang Xian, if there is any danger, you will help. Daphne turned around. The 6 of them are already walking in a small alley. The alley was empty and eerily quiet. Me? Jiang Xian was surprised. You wanted to kill someone? It was true that she had never killed anyone. There was always a psychological barrier. Although she had meditated, it was because Wang Chongrong taught her in other ways. Her mind was still in danger of regressing. If you meet a bad guy, just kill him. Jiang Li patted his sister's shoulder to give her confidence. Okay. Jiang Xian grabbed Jiang Li's hand. She felt her palm was wet, but it gradually became cold. She seemed to be more confident. She wanted to kill someone. She wanted to get into Star Sky University. Humph! Seeing Jiang Xian being so intimate with the boy, Imochen finally couldn't help it. He strode forward and said, Hey, you came with us to the black market. I want to see how strong you are. You are useless. Let us protect you. We don't want to be a burden. Chapter 175. In my opinion, you're the burden. Jiang Li didn't get angry at Imochen's provocation. His tone was still calm. We've been in the limelight ever since we left the train station. Now that our actions have fallen into the eyes of some people, it'll be difficult for us to do anything in the future. Don't you know that? If we were in the era of cold weapons, you wouldn't be afraid of arrows in the dark. But now that we're in the era of high-technology firearms, a random bullet can kill you. Bullets? Imochen laughed loudly. He was very disdainful. You're really a coward. You're actually afraid of bullets. We've already done thousands of experiments to avoid bullets. Bullets can't hit us at all. When people aim at us, we'll be able to sense them. 1 second before the bullet leaves the chamber, we'll already be dozens of meters away. Even if it's an explosive bullet, the explosion won't affect such a large area. You're saying that you're a piece of trash. Jiang Li rubbed his temples. He was speechless at Imochen and didn't want to say anything else. All right, stop arguing. Daphne looked at the optical computer on her wrist. Let's go to the headquarters of the Sun Moon Corporation. The auction is about to start. I heard that there will be spirit stones in the auction this time. If we can get them, our vitality will increase a lot. Spirit stones? Jiang Xian touched the small pouch in her pocket. 1 gram of this thing costs tens of millions of star dollars. Where can we get so much money to auction it? We're not here to auction things. We're not going to pay for it ourselves. Imochen smiled. We're here to cheat others and train our mental fortitude. I hope that someone won't be a burden to us. Hee. Chatter on and on. Jiang Li's brows finally furrowed. Who are you talking about? Imochen finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He suddenly made a move. His 5 fingers clawed out, and he used the dragon claw capture again. His claw was like iron and could even dig a hole in a reinforced concrete wall. Jiang Li shook his head and pressed his hand lightly. A wall of energy appeared in the air. It was like crystal steel as it slowly pushed out, rumbling as it pressed towards Imochen. The moment Imochen's dragon claw came into contact with the chi wall, cracking sounds rang out from the bones in his hand. His entire body was pushed back by the chi wall. His face was deathly pale, and he only stopped when he was stuck to the wall. He could only watch as the chi wall pressed down on him, trying to squeeze him into a flat pancake. He felt the air in his lungs being squeezed out bit by bit. His entire body was suffocating, and his eyes were bloodshot. His spirit felt incomparably terrified. He couldn't understand why the air had actually condensed into a crystal-like wall. He was completely controlled by the airflow, and the vast general situation was all on his opponent's side. Innate supreme chi. Dai was shocked. She looked at Jiang Li in astonishment and said, This is the innate earth chi. It can control air currents. Only a peerless expert can create a wall of qi. You're definitely not a simple university student. Who are you? Rumble. Jiangli waved his hand, and the crystal qi wall dispersed. Mo-chan slid down against the wall, paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, and he was so scared that he couldn't speak. He's my brother, Jiangli. Jiang Xian raised her eyebrows and lowered her head. Mo-chan, don't bother me anymore, or my brother will really beat you to death. You're Jiangli, the one who got into the Cosmic Sky University last year? Daphne and Han Yun's eyes lit up. So it's Senior Jiangli, the legendary person. I should have thought of it. Get up. I didn't do anything to you. I just wanted to vent my anger. You've never been on the losing end, and you're too arrogant. Jiangli waved his hand again, and a gust of air appeared out of nowhere and lifted Mo-chan up. One more thing, and I'll only say it once. Don't bother Jiang Xian anymore. Do you hear me? Mo-chan gritted his teeth, and a trace of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He knew that the gap between his strength and Jiangli's was too big. One was like the sky, and the other was like the ground. Jiangli, you're Jiangli. At first, there was a fierce look on his face, but it soon softened as if he remembered something. So it's Jiang Xian's brother. I'm sorry for offending you. I sincerely apologize to you. His attitude suddenly became very humble and servile. It was as if he had changed into a different person. It turned out that when he found out that Jiangli and Jiang Xian were siblings, his jealousy made him look stupid, and he immediately humbled himself. Because Jiang Xian was not his rival in love, but his brother-in-law. Naturally, he couldn't offend him. This kid sure knows how to sail with the wind. But if you keep bothering Jiang Xian, I don't mind making you lose your ability forever. Jiangli wasn't moved by Mo-chan's humility at all. He thought for a moment and said, There's no need for an apology. I hope you remember what I said. Yes, yes, yes. Mo-chan quickly nodded. He was completely submissive and didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Oomph. Jiang Xian snorted coldly. The person who dares to fight my brother hasn't appeared yet. Senior Jiangli, please give me your autograph. Daphne also became enthusiastic. She magically took out a pen from her pocket and said, Sign it on my shirt. Well, I'm not a big deal. I can't afford it. Jiangli quickly declined. He had never thought of himself as a celebrity or a big shot. You're not a big deal? Daphne was very surprised. You're a freshman who almost made it to the top 10. You ranked 11th in the ranking competition. We've all watched your battle videos. They're classic. Although you lost to Meng Xingyun in the last battle, Meng Xingyun is still the world's top freshman. He's obviously stronger than everyone else. According to your strength, you should be in the top 10. Oh? You can get your hands on my videos? Jiangli was a little surprised. According to the rules, Star University's battle videos were top secret and couldn't be leaked. We're the top Chinese school on Earth. Of course we can get our hands on some small things. Daphne waved her hand. Come, sign. Jiangli had no choice but to sign his name on Daphne's shirt. Sister Daphne, my brother doesn't have a girlfriend. Do you want me to introduce you to him? Jiang Xian teased. She wanted to see her brother's embarrassed look. Your brother must have a girlfriend. I remember there were 2 other girls who got into Star University with your brother. One of them is named Luohan, and the other is Serene. Their grades were just SOSO. It was all thanks to your brother's help that they were able to get into Star University. Now that they've invested in the Crimson Emperor Group, it's obvious that they're investing in your brother. Your brother's name is Jiangli. Li means fire, and so does Crimson Emperor. They must be your brother's girlfriends. Daphne smiled. She seemed to be used to this kind of situation. This girl has a lot of information. She's not a simple student. She's like a successful businesswoman. But it's not that surprising. With her vitality, even though she's just a high school student, she's still a dragon. She should have no problem getting into Star University. Jiangli couldn't help but look at Daphne in a new light. The establishment of the Crimson Emperor Group was a big move. Daphne must have been born into a powerful family. She knew every move of the company like the back of her hand. Her intelligence analysis was very accurate. We're just friends. We're not girlfriends. Besides, how can you have 2 girlfriends? That's ridiculous. Jiangli waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Now that my identity has been exposed, I need to be more careful. If you're afraid of danger, leave me for now and go to the Sun and Moon Group's auction. We're afraid of danger? Hanyan smiled. Do you think we'll run into more danger if we follow you? Lower your voice. Daphne's expression turned serious. Senior Zhongli, I know you have an irreconcilable conflict with the Sun and Moon Group. I even know some inside information. Your father's research on the essence of the Sun and Moon Group has made some progress in the Crimson Emperor Group. My family is interested in working with you, so the Sun and Moon Group will do everything they can to get rid of you. I'm afraid you're not here to visit your family, are you? Are you here to destroy the Sun and Moon Group's roots in the black market and let the Crimson Emperor Group take over the black market? You sure know a lot. Which family are you from? Zhongli stopped in his tracks. He was a little interested in this Daphne. My surname is Chun. Daphne smiled. My father is the highest counselor of the 36 Hua cities. Oh, you're from the Chun family. Zhongli was a little surprised. The 36 Hua cities were equivalent to China 200 years ago, and they were even larger than China at that time. This was because there were a few cities, such as Ice Flower City, which used to be part of Russia's territory. There was also Nanhua City, which used to be a small country in South Asia. Now that they had been transformed by the continent, the 36 Hua cities were 5 times the size of China. The highest counselors of the 36 Hua cities were the decision-makers. They weren't appointed by the human government, but elected by the people. They had a lot of power and could make decisions on politics, economy, and even military. As long as it didn't involve the changes on Earth, these counselors could make decisions after voting. The human government wouldn't interfere. It seemed like Daphne's status was much higher than Yumuhua's. Yumuhua's father was just a government official in Beijing. He was worlds apart from the highest counselor. The Sun and Moon Group's true power is terrifying. I'm here to kick them out of the black market. Don't get involved. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back. He was as proud as a dragon. No one could imagine that he could wipe out an entire group by himself. I know some information about the Sun and Moon Group. They have 20 sonic mechas in the black market, Daphne said. You need to have a vitality of 7 to fight against the sonic mecha. No matter what, your vitality isn't 7 yet. You can't destroy them, right? Would I come here if I didn't have a confidence? Zhongli smiled. The 5 flying swords in his body had merged with his flesh and turned into sword orbs in his dantian. If they burst out suddenly, he could really tear the 20 sonic mechas apart. That was why he wasn't afraid. I can work with you and wipe out the Sun and Moon Group's position in the black market. I'll also do my best to protect your Red Emperor Group. Daphne threw out a condition. In the future, when the Red Emperor Group takes over the black market, I can guarantee that the Sun and Moon Group won't be able to send mechas or even enter Earth. We can make the Red Emperor Group the most powerful group on Earth. Oh, Zhongli was shocked. You're talking big. Even the first counselor of Beijing, Zhu Yuanshang, wouldn't dare to say something like that. Chapter 176. Based on his intuition, Zhongli knew that Daphne wasn't a simple girl. Her vitality should be at 2, so it was almost certain that she would be able to get into Star Sky University. She must have some hidden tricks up her sleeves. Compared to Yumuhua, she was much more powerful. However, it seemed like she was exaggerating when she said that she could stop the Sun and Moon Corporation from entering Earth. Zhongli still didn't believe her. What tricks did she have up her sleeves? How dare she say something like that? I naturally have my reasons for saying such a thing. Daphne smiled. Uncle Zhu must agree with me. He is the #1 counselor in the 36 Hua cities. It's true that he can't stop the Sun and Moon Corporation from building their bases and businesses on Earth. However, what if all the counselors in the 36 Hua cities work together? Would the Sun and Moon Corporation be able to transport mechas, guns, and drugs to the black market so easily? That's true. Zhang Li's eyes lit up. He immediately understood what she meant. The mechas, the essences of the Sun and Moon Corporation, as well as some weapons and guns, were considered a serious crime according to human law. Zhang Li couldn't even bring the drugs out of the black market. He had to use the security organization's channels to do so, let alone bring the mechas and guns into the black market. How did the Sun and Moon Corporation transport the mechas into the black market? This was a secret channel and a mystery. However, from what Daphne said, the counselors in the capital must know about it. They might even have received some benefits from it. The 36 Hua cities were the territory of these people, so it was impossible for the Sun-Moon group to enter without their permission. Daphne had a very high status in the eyes of these counselors. Zhongli could also see that she was being nurtured. She was only one step away from getting into Star Sky University. Once she got in, her status would increase by 1,000 times. However, Zhongli still had some doubts. Even if you can represent the forces behind you, I can guess that the Sun and Moon Corporation gave you a lot of benefits by invading the black market. Logically speaking, you guys should be working together. This time, I came to wipe out the black market and infringe on your interests. You should be ostracizing me. Zhongli naturally analyzed the situation rationally. No matter who controls the black market, we will be able to get a share of it. Also, the Sun and Moon group only gave us a small share. They are too powerful. If it were you, you would have given us more. Daphne's words hit the nail on the head. So, we need to change our spokesperson. Change spokesperson? Zhongli probed further, wanting to get to the bottom of it. The Sun and Moon group is tyrannical and overbearing. Gradually, they no longer listen to our commands. Moreover, this group is a lunatic, and it is very easy for them to get out of control. Because of their internal plan, they want to expand the black market not only to Huasu City, but also to Hua Star City, Hua Sun City, and all the other 36 Hua cities. They want to turn these 36 Hua cities into a huge black market. Damn it, the Sun-Moon Corporation deserves to die. When Zhongli heard this, an indescribable fire rose in his heart. The black market was formed because of a special historical reason. In a place without laws and order like this, one piece was enough. If it expanded, it would bring disaster to the surrounding cities. Thinking about it, the Hua Star City, where Zhongli used to live, was right next to the black market. If the black market expanded, many people would be harmed. Just based on this point, the Sun and Moon group should be punished. You know how serious the consequences will be if the black market gets out of control and expands. Daphne shook her head. We, the 36 Hua City councilors, have negotiated with the Sun and Moon group many times, but they are stubborn. They can't blame us for this. The Jiang family of the Sun and Moon group thinks that they can conquer the world just because they have a sole master, Jiang Nailin. What a joke. We have to fight back. Aren't you afraid of the Jiang family's revenge? Zhongli said, I have a deep grudge against the Sun and Moon group. There is no need for you to get involved in this mess, because we want to cooperate with the Wang family. Daphne smiled. She had the charm of a mature woman. Mr. Kurong is the #1 soul master in the 36 Hua cities and an advanced hypnotist. There is no doubt that he is from the Wang family. I also heard that you invited a master from Star University. He is a famous genius, Rely Wang. His vitality is already in the double digits. He is a secret weapon. With this person, even a sonic mecha is nothing. No wonder you are so fearless. Seeing that the Wang family and the Jiang family are fighting for the power of the black market, we naturally choose the Wang family. You are very well informed. Zhongli smiled. It was an absolute secret that Rely Wang was here, but they already knew about it. It showed that there was no secret in the 36 Hua cities that could be hidden from these people. Daphne was a scheming woman. I don't know much about Rely Wang, but we can't just go up and invite him to a banquet. Daphne smiled. So, we hope that you can introduce us to Senior Rely Wang. What do you think? So, you want to build a relationship with the Wang family. Zhongli knew that the Wang family was powerful and everyone wanted to be related to them. It's not a big deal. We can discuss how to deal with the Jiang family. To be honest, destroying the Jiang family's power in the black market is a piece of cake. The difficult part is to guard against the Jiang family's counterattack. You don't have to worry about that. Daphne said, after your Red Emperor group is established in the black market, we will sign an agreement to stop the Jiang family from entering. After all, the 36 Hua cities are part of the human government. The Jiang family is just a group. You want to fight against the human government? That's not enough. Jiang Xian didn't think much of the conversation between Jiang Li and Daphne, but Emo Chun, Han Yun, and Zhao Xiao were all stunned. They didn't expect that the two of them could decide such an earth-shattering thing in a small alley with just a few words. All right, the Red Emperor group is willing to cooperate with you. Zhongli reached out his hand. Daphne also reached out and shook hands with Zhongli. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. I'll be waiting for you at the Star Sky University. Zhongli smiled and said, The Star Sky University is a bit complicated, but I've been here for half a year. I can tell you a lot about it. My tutor is a vice principal. I knew it long ago. Your tutor is Hong Heiyu. Not long ago, he broke through the second level of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breath realm. He stood out among the other tutors and was immediately promoted to the vice principal. Congratulations, your status among the students of the Star Sky University has also risen. Daphne smiled lightly and raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she had all the information. The Qin family also has students in the Star Sky University. Zhongli suddenly realized, as a member of parliament in the capital, there must be more than one student from the Star Sky University in the family. Since there were students from the Star Sky University in the family, he could naturally know all the information. Let's go to the auction house of the Sun and Moon Group. I heard that there are some good things being auctioned this time. Are you going to make a move today? Daphne looked excited and continued, If you make a move now, I could get a lot of benefits. I'm here to observe the situation and try to kill all the senior members of the Sun and Moon Group in one fell swoop. There was no hesitation on Jiang Li's face. It was obvious that he had trained himself to not show any mercy to his enemies. Rumble. At this moment, there was a deafening rumbling sound in the sky. The people below felt their blood boiling. If it was a person with low vitality, he would have fainted or even vomited blood. Streaks of black shadows flew across the sky like demons soaring in the sky. It's the Sun and Moon Group's sonic mecha. They are patrolling the sky above the Suhua city. They are treating the black market as their territory. Anger flashed in Daphne's eyes. The sound waves caused by the sonic mecha have completely exceeded the decibel limits set by the law. It can cause great harm to the human body. Although they can be unscrupulous in the black market, it is a little too much to treat human life like grass. In the black market, people could kill those who were a threat to them. This was self-defense. However, to cause harm to countless people for no reason showed how cruel the Sun and Moon Group was. Don't worry, they won't be able to do this for long. Zhongli didn't make a move. He just observed calmly. In his eyes, although these sonic speed mecha were fast, he could completely use his thoughts to track their movements. Zhongli could even use his thoughts to infiltrate the mecha and see the people inside. He could even hypnotize the people inside the mecha. However, he knew that even if he hypnotized the people inside the mecha, he wouldn't be able to completely control the mecha. This was because the mecha had a computer chip. The people inside the Sun and Moon Group's main control room could control the mecha. Even if all the soldiers inside died, the mecha wouldn't be lost. The only way to destroy the mecha was to destroy it completely and cause it to lose its kinetic energy. If my vitality was 5, I wouldn't be able to contend against these sonic mechas. But now, I have 5 flying swords condensed into a sword orb in my Dantian Sea of energy. I can casually erupt and slash people within 50 kilometers. These sonic mechas are nothing to me. Zhongli only observed quietly. Although he was fearless, he didn't act blindly without thinking. With 5 flying swords and the Emperor's relic, even if the enemy used a nuclear bomb, it would be useless. That was because he could open a space and hide in it the moment he sensed danger. Even if the nuclear bomb destroyed the entire city, it wouldn't cause any damage to the space inside the Emperor's relic. Let's go. Daphne called out to them. They were about to leave the alley. Katja! Katja! Just when they were about to leave, the ground shook. A group of people appeared at the entrance of the alley. There was also a mecha. It wasn't a sonic mecha. It was an ordinary low-level mecha. However, a low-level mecha was still invincible. Ordinary people, even if their vitality was 2, would not be able to fight against a metal mecha. Where are you students from? Do you think you can leave after killing people from the Overlord gang? The mecha's helmet opened. A bald man appeared. There was a tattoo of a ferocious green snake on his face. It was the gang members whose eyes were gouged out at the train station. The gang had a low-level mecha. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.